Testing. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We will begin shortly. We're going to ask individuals who are out in the vestibule area to start matriculating in, and we'll kick off. We're giving folks there's a little traffic on Morris Avenue. We're going to kick off in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to your participation in our wonderful program. seats at this time. Thank you so much to our wonderful team, our IT team, and our group. I want to thank them this morning as we embark upon history in this wonderful space. Welcome to the College of Education and the Center for Africana Studies, New Jersey Coalition of Africana Studies Summit 2024. I want to greet you. I am proud to be the acting director for the Center for Africana Studies. I am Dr. David Jefferson, Jr. Good morning to each and every one of you who are here, to my esteemed colleagues, educators, scholars, and advocates. It is a true honor to welcome you here to our inaugural New Jersey Coalition of African Studies Summit and Africana Studies. As the acting director, I am extremely humbled to stand before such a distinguished group that is united by a shared passion for education, cultural understanding, and social change. Our president, Lamont Repillette, certainly sees the importance of this endeavor, and his leadership is what has brought us here today. This summit marks a significant moment for each and every one of us. We gather here not only to celebrate the profound contributions of Africana Studies, but we are also here to deepen our collective commitment to advancing in this field. And so through today's keynote addresses, panel discussions, and breakout sessions, we are going to explore crucial intersections between public policy, curriculum development, and collaborative strategies. These elements, as we all know, are essential in shaping a future that prioritizes equity, inclusivity, and most importantly, the richness of African and African American history and culture. Our work is more urgent than ever before. In a world where educational narratives are constantly evolving, we have what I would say the imperative responsibility to give a clarion call to ensure that African studies remains a vital part of our curriculum, and not just for the students in the classrooms in which we serve, but for the broader understanding of society as a whole, a society that can benefit from this deeper understanding of the African diaspora and its global impact. And so through your insights and expertise on today, we aim to build a framework that not only lends itself academically to the rigorous needs that are in place for our students, but also for social transformation. And so together we have the power to influence public policy. Together we have the power to influence and be advocates for a curriculum that accurately and truthfully reflects the histories, struggles, and the triumphs of African people, not only here domestically, but also globally. So let us on today use this opportunity to foster new relationships. Generally, when we come to events like this, we are gravitated toward individuals we know. Our aim here with the center is for you to meet new individuals, new thought makers, individuals who have the mindset to want to improve not only for themselves, but for others. We do this with the aim to inspire the next generation of students and the scholars who will continue to do the work that we have started. So I want to thank you for your dedication to the cause, and I look forward to the enlightening discussions that we will have and bring forth on today. Together, we are shaping the future of Africana Studies in New Jersey and beyond. Thank you so much. I do come from the Baptist church tradition, so I don't want to start without saying, turn to your neighbor and say good morning. I would be remiss if I did not do that. It is now my honor to bring up a gentleman who has stood with me in the triumphs and the trenches and I am so proud to have him as a colleague and a friend, and also he serves on the battlefield with me in the work that we do in ensuring that faith is shared with all. Without his support, I don't believe we would be here on today. He is a man who is not only called to public office, but he is called to a higher spiritual standing as well with the divine. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to bring up at this time, I would say, not only a friend, but a comrade in arms. Put your hands together as we hear remarks from Assemblyman Reginald W. Atkins at this time.
Grace and peace, everybody. Oh, we can do better than that. Grace and peace, everybody. It is such an honor and privilege to be here on today. Let's give it up for Dr. Jefferson. First of all, let me welcome you to the New Jersey Coalition of African American Studies Summit. It is truly a privilege and an honor to be in the presence of such dedicated group of scholars, students, community leaders. And today, we are here not only to celebrate the rich and complex history of African Americans, but to engage in meaningful conversations that deepen our understanding of who we are, where we come from, and where we're headed to. As we embark on this summit, I'm reminded of a powerful word from John Clark. He said, history tells a people where they have been and what they have been, where they are and what they are. But most important, an understanding of history tell a people where they still must go and what they still must be. This is the very heart of why we're here and why we're gathered today. History is not just a collection of dates and events. It is the foundation upon which we build our identity, define our purpose, and shape our future. Through understanding our history, we uncover our strengths, we confront our challenges, and we map the journey that lies ahead. Honestly, for too long, African American history has been confined to the margins, reduced to a few moments in time. But today, I'll be Baptist. Somebody turn and say, but today. We stand united in our commitment to expanding the narrative. We're not going to allow anyone to put us in a box because we're way too big to be contained in a box. But on today, as we come together, we're going to recognize our experiences, our struggles, our achievements, and our contribution will be recognized and remembered. This summit is a call to reclaim our own stories, to honor those victories that have been silent for so long. Together, we're going to fight. We're going to come together, and we're going to put African American studies where it needs to be, in the forefront. It was Marcus Garvey who once said, a people without knowledge of their past history, their origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. His word resounds deeply with the purpose of this coalition. We are here to dig into those roots, to draw strength from the wisdom, the resilience, the perseverance of our ancestors, and to ensure that our history is firmly grounded in the truth of our past. This summit, somebody say this summit, is not just an academic exercise, it is a space for connection, reflection, and inspiration. The conversations that we will have today will extend far beyond these walls. It's going to reach into the classrooms. It's going to go into our communities. It's even going to touch our homes. We have come together to build bridges between our past and our present, to empower one another and to ensure that we're not here to compete, but we're here to collaborate. Our collective journey is one of unity, equity, and progress. As we move forward today, let us fully embrace what it really means to engage in African American studies. I know that they would like to reduce us. I would like for us to know that no project, no matter what year is put on it, will stop our progress, because today we're better together than we are apart. Welcome. I look forward to engaging with each of you and to progress what we have going on here into policy. And as a result, the end result is funding so that we can push our narrative further than what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks, but more importantly, thank you for your leadership and support as we move this along, Assemblyman, and God continue to bless you in the work that you're doing. We're glad and thankful that you're here working alongside with us. We now have a video we'd like to share with you before I bring up our next individual who will bring remarks.
Here at Kane University, we're at the forefront of creating a more equitable and inclusive world through education. We are proud to introduce the Center for Africana Studies. More than just a physical space, it's a beacon of knowledge, a hub for cultural exploration, and a catalyst for social change.
This center embodies Kane University's deep-rooted commitment to diversity, inclusion, and social justice. It will serve as a vital resource for our university community and people across New Jersey by providing new perspectives and resources that will enlighten us all.
Africana Studies is not just about studying the past, it's about shaping the future. As we delve into the rich mosaic of Africana history and culture, we're providing students with the insight to navigate today's world with the critical thinking skills and a profound sense of cultural awareness.
Here at the Center of Africana Studies, we open doors to dialogue and true empowerment with a commitment to interdisciplinary research, community involvement, and vibrant programming. We celebrate the myriad of experiences within the African diaspora. Whether you're a student, scholar, or community member, this center is a sanctuary for exploration and growth.
As we embark on this remarkable journey together, let's pledge to seek knowledge and to empower one another. Welcome to the Center of Africana Studies at Kane University, a place where history is honored, futures are forged, and communities are united.
It is my distinct honor to introduce one of our most powerful thought leaders in not only the state of New Jersey, but I believe in the country. Dr. Sandra Gray, who serves as the Senior Vice President for Transformation at Kane University, along with being the acting Dean for the College of Education, is a dynamic and innovative force in the field of education, dedicated to fostering systemic change and advancing educational equity. With a career that spans the K-12 and higher education sectors, Dr. Gray has been instrumental in what I would call implementing transformative programs that have significantly, and I repeat, significantly impacted student outcomes and teacher development. She has a commitment to academic excellence and leadership that has been recognized statewide, which has earned her a reputation as a trailblazer who champions the power of education to transform lives, particularly in underserved communities. It is important that we encourage and lift her up. She is a shero doing work where others have not blazed a trail. And so here at Kane University, Dr. Gray continues to leverage her vast experience to lead initiatives that prioritize student success and institutional growth. Her vision for a more inclusive and equitable educational environment resonates with the goals of this summit, and most importantly, she's my boss. And she does a great job being my boss. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a woman who needs no introduction if you know her, if you don't get to know her. Let's welcome Dr. Sancha Gray to the stage at this time.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't pay him to say those things. I'm very flattered by them. I appreciate them. But I must say that I don't do this work in isolation. If you know me, you know that I always say it's a blessing to do what I do, and that I have a wonderful team of dedicated, committed individuals that I co-labor with. We have so many dynamic individuals in this room this morning, and so on behalf of our president, let me start by saying thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to come out to be a part of this work. As I mentioned, I co-labor with amazing individuals every day, Dr. David Jefferson Jr. being one of them, and his dynamic team. And I want to applaud him for his efforts and on his efforts for taking the vision and really starting to put a nice foundation and framework around what was cast in terms of the Kane University Center for Africana Studies. So Dr. David Jefferson Jr. and your team, kudos to you for the great work that you're doing and for this wonderful inaugural program. It's, again, a team and collective effort. So I want to thank the advisory board members that are here today, as well as the educators and scholars from across this campus and across this country. As individuals came and they checked in and I started listening in on their names and where they were from, I was pleasantly pleased to hear that we have representation from several colleges and universities right here in the state of New Jersey. Why? We have representation because there's a call to action that has been put out. And that call of action really is the grounding for this summit, because this is representative of a unified commitment to advancing the discipline through our collective efforts that are needed for change. I'm reminded of the movie The Black Panther. There's a scene there where, in the immortal words of T'Challa, he says, in times of crisis, the wise build bridges, but the foolish build barriers. Today represents a bridge that unifies not only the members of Kane University. Yes, we are an anchor institution. We are New Jersey's first urban research university, so it's fitting and appropriate that we center a lot of the work and initiatives that are coming out of the Center for Africana Studies here, but we're building bridges to other universities, and colleges, and that's what a coalition seeks to do. We're bringing the intersection of public policy and Africana studies in a fresh new way, and so our Assemblyman Atkins, who is always on the forefront and the front lines of pushing forth agendas and policies that will support that work and the collective efforts needed to really experience the change that we're talking about. For example, the curriculum development that's needed for inclusive education. We know under the late Donald Congressman Payne that that was written into law over 20 years ago, yet slow to move, slow to be implemented in school districts. This is why this inaugural convening is so important, because we know the value and we know the importance of Amistad curricula. And I also want to underscore, in some cases, it's not because the importance of it is not mentioned or is failed to be mentioned in schools because it's downplayed. In some cases, educators are not equipped with the skills that are necessary to drive effective curricula. And we know it takes more effort to unlearn and relearn than it does to just teach it correctly in the first place. Here at the Kane University Center for Africana Studies, we want to make sure that we are pushing forth inclusive curricula, and we have convened advisory board members in that space that have been doing that work for quite some time. I'd personally be remiss if I didn't mention an individual for whom I entered education through in my early stages. I started out as a classroom teacher in the East Orange Public Schools, and I said in my interview when I was asked, well, what do you want to teach? I said, you can give me your most challenging students. School didn't serve me well. I was disruptive. I was what they would have called disaffected. So I said, well, let me have my stint at working with students that looked and responded to education the way I did. And at that time, he took a lot of chances on me as a rookie educator. And I will forever be grateful for Principal Kafele, who is not only our advisory board member, but he serves as one of our fellows here through the Center for Africana Studies. And so it's individuals that are cutting edge and unapologetic in their stance, individuals that have not talked about Africana Studies, but have lived it for a significant period of time. It's those individuals that we are saying, come together, be a part of this coalition. Individuals that are unapologetic about pushing forth public policies. Because we have the 18th president here, our president, Dr. Lamont Repollet, who has been and is the first Black president, the first Black commissioner of education in the state of New Jersey, and is unapologetically Black, and allowing something like this to occur under his watch is extremely important and impactful. But as I mentioned, we have dynamic individuals in this room, and it's your collective efforts that we are appreciative of, that we want to highlight, that we want to embrace, that we want to ensure your voices are elevated in a way that are not siloed, but that bring this common work to the forefront. So we'll have the opportunity to have a dynamic keynote address from the Reverend Dr. Pritchett and a panel discussion. Then there will be some breakout sessions that will be driving focused action. Remember, we talked earlier about, you heard Dr. David Jefferson Jr., you heard Assembly Atkins, you heard them talking about this call to action. And so we're gonna have some driving focused action conversations in these breakout sessions. And then we're looking ahead, how do we build momentum around this summit? This is not a one and done. This can't be a one and done because the work is too great. It's too big for us to shoulder on our individual shoulders. But we are anchoring down, as our president has shared with us in our opening message this year. We are anchoring down, and as the anchor institution here in Union County, here in the state of New Jersey, here in the United States and abroad, we are anchoring down to ensure that inclusive education is at the forefront, the conversations that we need to have are being held, and that the policy that effectuates the change, we are having a seat at the table to do that. I want to thank you again, all of our speakers, all of our panelists, Reverend Dr. David Jefferson Sr., pastor of Esquire, pastor of Metropolitan Baptist Church, all of our advisory board members, my colleague, Dr. Laura Becker, who also leads our our Center for Teaching and Learning here at Kane University, and again, all of my colleagues and peers from other institutions. Thank you again for making this a priority to be here today for our inaugural event. Without further ado, Dr. David Jefferson Jr., thank you again for this convening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gray, for those remarks, and we encourage you in the work that you're doing. I know you have a busy schedule today, and thank you for making this time. The next individual who is coming up, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce you to her. She is a distinguished scholar, educator, and advocate for equity in education. Dr. Kalasia Oj is a trailblazer. She has a fan here. She's amazing. You've got more fans than that. But listen, I've had the pleasure of working with her. She has endured a career that's dedicated to exploring the rich tapestry of African and African diasporic histories and cultures and experiences. She is a passionate and committed educator whose work extends itself beyond the classroom, and she has worked with me over the summer in integrating what I would say is the Amistad curriculum, which we'll be speaking about here on today. But her research and her thought leadership have significantly contributed to our understanding of the intersection of race, culture, and identity, both domestically and globally. And we are proud not only to have her here, but also to honor her as an author in her work that she has done and introducing and reintroducing us to the great W.E.B. Du Bois. So I want you to make sure you go out, get that new book that she has out. We're honored to have her, and we're excited to have her insight. And I just want to publicly say this summer, working with her, she had a lot going on, but she found the time to really be, I would say, an unbelievable partner in the work. And I'm so proud to work with you, Dr. Oj. It's an honor to be with you. Won't you come at this time?
Greetings and good morning. I think I need to slip my $20 bill because that was an introduction. So first I'd like to say thank you to Dr. David Jefferson Jr., to Assemblyman Reginald Atkins, to Dr. Sancha Gray and President Repollet for their leadership and vision for the Center for Africana Studies and today's New Jersey Coalition of Africana Studies Summit. And so as previously stated, my name is Dr. Kalasia Oj, and I'm an Africana Studies scholar, sociologist, and so happy to be here at Kane University. And so to this end, I just want to congratulate you all, because today is a very special day. And I know we will remember this day as our important juncture to advance and really sediment the knowledge on African-descended people in New Jersey public schools and institutions of higher education. Today will be remembered as a day that showcased we are greater in numbers as a coalition than we are as individuals, and continuing the mantle Congressman Payne and Craig Stanley provided in envisioning and offering, and I quote, separate courses on African Americans as a subfield of the United States history. And so do we truly understand from that quote the foresight, the vision, and true clairvoyance these two people perceive for us to now follow? And like many scholars before them, community leaders within Africana, Black studies, Africology, Caribbean diasporic traditions, these two individuals recognize the importance of Black thought to the country then and for us today. Way before we saw this designation of an advanced placement course linked to college majors, to the study and advancement of African Americans and African descended people. That was then met with nationwide response to halt these efforts publicly in our schools in states like Florida, Kentucky, North Carolina, Texas, South Carolina, and so on. But these two people were visionaries and liberators. Their efforts were influential, commanding, dynamic, and empowering then and for us now. And so today we say, as educators, as scholars, administrators, staff, colleges and universities, we are united. We stand on the shoulders of those who came before us today and state that the scientific endeavor of Africana Studies is to recognize its vitality and validity of Black thought. And we will continue on that path and their path of liberation. We stand here today on October 9th at Kane University, an institution of higher education in New Jersey, the state, fully aware of how these two entities played in liberating the colony from the empire. And so now it's our turn. And so I'm delighted to participate and see all of you join in this coalition of Amistad curriculum in supporting Africana Studies in New Jersey. We are all here to liberate, to become liberators, and today will be our day to celebrate because of all of you. So thank you.
Dr. OJ is on double duty right now, so we're encouraging her as she goes to term. Everyone say, be encouraged. Okay, that's great. Just to have her out here is a blessing. This next gentleman who will come to bring remarks is one who I've known for some period of time. It is a great privilege to introduce him. He is a distinguished leader, an advocate for justice. Dr. David Jefferson, Sr., Esquire, is a visionary, an attorney, a corporate executive, and also a public servant, but most importantly, he is a committed man of God. His commitment to empowering communities and advancing social justice, for me, started in 1984 when he had me walk alongside him and his colleague at the time, my fraternity brother, Reverend Jesse Jackson, as he was ascending to the role of running for public office for the presidency of the United States of America. It was there that I acknowledged my father, who put me in the work as we marched on cold Januaries and even in the hot summer standing for justice. His work, which spans legal practice, public policy, and community engagement and faith-based, has made an indelible impact in both local and national spheres. As an esteemed attorney, he has represented individuals and organizations with a passion for ensuring everyone has access to justice. Turn to your neighbor, say, everyone has access to justice. In addition to his professional accomplishments, he is a dedicated civic leader, and he is actively involved in numerous initiatives that aim to uplift underserved communities. However, he would not stand without the woman by his side. I want to honor her at this time, Reverend Linda Jefferson, who is his wife and my mother. So I get to get some chocolate chip cookies later on, Mom, after this is done, that you bake so well. It is an honor to have Dr. Jefferson with us today. His wisdom and leadership continue to inspire the next generation of change makers, and he serves on our advisory board. Ladies and gentlemen, Reverend Dr. David Jefferson, Sr., Esquire.
Good morning, everyone. Let me do this. First of all, let me say that sending all that money to Morehouse was not in vain. So, come on, let's give it up for David Jefferson Jr. Let me also say that we should celebrate the leadership of this fantastic university. We have to, Dr. Repollet. Let me say that I have never ever seen, and I've been in New Jersey now for at least 27, 28 years. I've never seen the things come out of this university that's coming out of this university now. There's no question about the fact. There is absolutely no question about the fact that Kane University is on the leading edge of setting the tempo for a whole lot of things that's happening in this state. you know, Dr. Gray, you could not have said it better. It takes a team. And thank you for the work that you are doing. I honestly do believe that in so many instances, and I have one by my side, it has been black females that have poured into the lives of young black males to help make them who they are. All right, and I just think that you all ought to thank her for that, because it's black females who have helped to really kind of set that stage. Let me also say that I am proud to be standing beside the woman right here who gave birth to my son, and she has poured into him a whole lot. I don't think there's a day go by without him calling her early in the morning, and I hear him laughing and all of that kind of stuff, right? And so I just want to thank my wife for the contribution that she has made in the life of my son as well. And thank all of you all, by the way. Thank all of you all for being here. As I was driving here today, I was really thinking about the fact that today is very unique, today is very special. And let me tell you why. Cain is building on what I would say a historical foundation that a lot of people don't even know about. So just give me a couple of minutes and I want to connect some dots. This university was started in the city of Newark. Norman School is what it was called. In 1973, this university, upon moving here, located on the ancestral property of the politician, there's a Cain ancestry that is a part of this university. It was located here as a part of this estate. In 1973, the New Jersey College, what it was called at that time, after being formed in Newark, it was named in 1973 Cain University. It was the same year for which I married this woman right here in June of that year, which meant then that 21 years after, quote, it was named Cain University, we are here today. Now, let me just say this. How many of y'all believe in divine providence? How many of y'all believe in divine providence, right? 51 years. Watch this, 51 years, 1973 to this, how long is that? Almost 51 years, right? Now, it was in 1985 that Governor Tom Kean initiated legislation to divest at least $2 billion out of South Africa. The state of New Jersey, through this university, and Kean as the governor, led the way for the whole nation. New Jersey was the first state to divest out of apartheid South Africa in 1985. Governor Kean also moved forward and said to every company or everyone in the state that you will not buy anything from companies that are manufacturing stuff in South Africa. It was this university and Kean that started to break the back of apartheid and set the tone across the nation that we were going to pull out of South Africa. When you really think about that, and I was talking to Governor Kean about this, that effort of divestiture was started by a black gentleman by the name of Willie Brown, who was an assemblyman, and Willie Brown was a member in Metropolitan Baptist Church. They then came together, and as a result of that, divestiture started through Governor Kean. And you all are building on a rich legacy. Kean should be leading the way in building on that historical legacy. It is not ironic. It is not by coincidence. It is absolutely not by accident that this coalition is being formed. This is by God's divine providence. This is because God, from the foundation of the world, ordained for Kean to lead this initiative. And am I proud of what this university have done? You absolutely bet I am. Am I proud of Dr. Epaulet and what he's doing? Absolutely. And Dr. Gray? Absolutely. And David Jefferson Jr.? Absolutely. And all of you all? Absolutely. Because I do believe that it has been ordained, decreed, and declared that this coalition will help to form public policy that will set the tone and stage across the whole state of New Jersey to make sure that African American study is at the forefront of everything that we indeed do in this entire state. I was one of the first individuals that was on the Amistad Commission. I was one of the first persons who was sitting at the table. And Dr. Gray, you're absolutely correct. It petered out because we failed to give it the attention that it rightfully deserved. And today, this university is now leading the way to ensure that the curriculum set forward as a result of Amistad will be implemented in all of our schools throughout the entire state of New Jersey. And Kane is leading the way in making that a reality. And so I will say this as I go to my seat, because I am a preacher, and I have a microphone, and I have a podium. And anytime you put a preacher behind a podium, they think it's Sunday morning, right? But let me just close with this right here, and that is, I would only say that the best is yet to come. You all are laying the foundation for our children. There is a particular tribe in Africa. When they greet each other, they do not greet each other with how you're doing and how, quote, things are going. They greet each other with the Swahili language and form of a question, and that is, and how are the children? Because they believe that the health and vitality of the children sets the stage for the strong generation to come. And if the children are not well, the next generation will not be well. Kane, you're setting the stage for the next generation. So someone can say, and how are the children? And your response can be, the children are doing well.
I love that picture of my father up there. It's very stoic. I like that picture, Dad. I gotta get that. Okay, we're moving along. If my team can put the next slide up for Dr. Jefferson at this time. I'm excited to bring up this individual whom I've known for some time. Reverend Dr. Forrest M. Pritchett, our keynote speaker, is what I would call a sage in the work. At a very young age, and this has nothing to do with his bio, but at a very young age when I was a young man, I wanted to earn money. And he didn't know I was going to speak about this, but I'm going to share it. And I have the pleasure of knowing him because he is the godfather to my older sister. And so when I share with him that I wanted to earn some money, he said, David, you can come to my house and earn some money. I said, yes, sir. My mother dropped me off early in the morning. And I said, well, what is the job that you'll have me to do? He took me outside and he showed me this large, vast area of weeds. He said, I want you to pull every weed, David, that is on the side of my house. I said, my God, there's acres and acres of weeds here, Godfather. He said, I know, but you will have a good time and you'll earn a good living if you do this work. And he gave me 50 cents. But following that, when we were done, the day was done, he said to me, he said, you know, I'm paying you today, but there was a time when our ancestors were not paid for the work they did. And so as I pivot on a serious note, I do that because he always fused together history with reality. Reverend Dr. Forrest M. Pritchett is a distinguished civil rights activist, mentor, and educator with over 50 years of experience in higher education. His career at Seton Hall University spans more than 4 decades, where he currently serves as the director of the Martin Luther King Jr. Leadership Program and senior advisor to the provost for diversity, equity, and inclusion. He is known for his leadership and initiatives like the annual MLK Day Symposium and the Martin Luther King Jr. Scholarship Association. Reverend Pritchett has played a pivotal role in promoting social justice, mentoring generations of students, and fostering inclusivity on campus. Throughout his life, from his early involvement in civil rights protests to his long-standing commitment to empowering marginalized communities, Reverend Pritchett has been a driving force for change, and he remains a pillar of leadership and mentorship. And I also want to honor and acknowledge his beautiful bride who is on his side, a graduate of Kane as well. Barbara Pritchett is on his side. Our president constantly speaks about family and the importance of family, so I honor her, and I honor her late mother who served as my Nana. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind putting your hands together as we welcome a sage in the work, a man who I have had the pleasure of having late night conversations and early morning encouragements in this work. Put your hands together as he comes and presents to us this morning on the future of African American studies in New Jersey, the challenges and opportunities, Reverend Dr. Forrest M. Pritchett.
I hope my 50 cent earns some interest. Bless you. Let me take a minute to bring the ancestors into the room in the form of, I'll say, my mother's voice, because you are looking at a miracle, and at a certain point in the seasons of my life, as I began to achieve, Mom would simply say, please leave all of your titles and other stuff outside the door when you come home. All I need is my baby boy. So I say that to honor the Southern woman who did raise me. And we'll be touching upon a number of points. This is going to be a very visual presentation with narrative, so it's easily absorbed, hopefully by everybody in the room. I was told to do a 2-hour presentation. I will cut it back a little bit. Thank you for smiling. This is good therapy. Get it out of your system. But I also would like to piggyback off of a comment made by my big brother, Reverend Dr. Jefferson Esquire, when he mentioned the children. Do you know what the second most frequently uttered comment would be? If a village ever came under attack, the leaders would not say, let's line up our soldiers for protection. They would always say, save the children. Save the children. That was brought to our attention back in my day by Lee Hagan, the director of Africana Studies, Black Studies Center over at Jersey City University, where we had a coalition back in the day, Rutgers, Essex County, maybe William Patterson, Jersey City, Seton Hall. And every February, and I'll invite you all now, but every February, the Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series is considered one of the premier Black History Month lectures in the entire United States, held at Rutgers in Newark. So we would invite you to that. Marion Thompson Wright was first African-American woman PhD in the state of New Jersey. So we honor her legacy. I might also put a context to me being here beyond the family connection that was stated. What brings me here, and this is in celebration of the historical moment, I have a career that is approaching perhaps 50 plus years, that was mentioned, at 3 different universities in the state. But in the context of me having been at Seton Hall for the last 40 plus years, one needs to understand that the very first Black Studies program in the state of New Jersey was at Seton Hall University. It did not come about, though, as a result of any administrative edict. One must bring into mind the events of July 1967. So I'm waiting to see who nods affirmatively and others who scratch their heads. Pivotal point, starting on a Sunday afternoon. It was what we initially called the Newark Riot. Later, scholars put the appropriate measurement to it to call it not a riot, but a rebellion. That rebellion led to people like Thomas Kane, who was then probably in the State Assembly. The Governor Hughes put together a commission. They looked at why would our Negroes rebel like that? What's going on here? And a task force looked very carefully at every aspect of our institutional life, from families, employment, housing, education, and so forth. And they found systemic and institutional barriers. It was in that context that Tom Kane, as a former school teacher, thought that we had the resources in New Jersey to do something rather significant. In that context, his committee in Trenton initiated and formed a new state policy of financial aid that was called the Educational Opportunity Fund, to provide educational grants, and to give educational access to higher education in New Jersey. I wanted to say that because it sets the context. Every October, how interesting, this is October. Every October at the Black Studies Center in South Orange at Seton Hall University, one of the premier celebrations of our culture would occur. People like Alex Haley, as he was preparing the autobiography of Malcolm X, was brought in from the roadway of life to receive an honorary doctorate from the Black Studies program. And many of our heroes from the civil rights period were so honored. So I'm here, in a sense, in the symbolism of what the concept of the day is about forming perhaps a council and an interconnection between both the public and the private sector institutions. How ironic it is that indeed that first program was at a Catholic institution. I might also add that within 1 or 2 years of that, the university also established, the Black Studies program was established in 1970. The university also was moved by student activists on campus who actually stayed in the activation mode and demonstration mode for a period of 2 years. They asked for they wanted to learn more about themselves, do academic work, and they also challenged the university to really bring in students, Black students from around the country. In that context, the university established a full tuition scholarship named after Martin Luther King. So I say all of that to say I'm proud to represent both the Africana studies tradition at this point, as well as the legacy of Dr. King. So without further ado, I'm going to push 1 or 2 buttons to see. I'll try the green button. That's a pointer. I'll try this button. All right. Please read that and mark it in your mind. Because if I were to fast forward Dr. Du Bois's comments to the 21st century, I would say I don't think the color line is the problem in the current century. Actually, the problem is colored people. We have moved over the lines, we've erased many lines, but there seems to be this new resentment that some people would even call tribalism. The white tribe is beginning to see that indeed the world become browner and browner, and the people on every continent and every globe are becoming the targets. I should probably also mention that I'm going to be playing with your heads a little bit. And you know, in the church sometimes, Pastor Jefferson, we have a turn to your neighbor. and say, neighbor, good morning to you, and let's have a good day in church. So here, when you look at that, it's going to make you smile as we get closer and closer to Halloween, but it has nothing really to do with Halloween, but it deals with, how colored people used to take vacations back in the day. We never went to the exotic places, and many times exotic vacations for us were simply going south to the original house of mom and dad and grandma and grandpa. And one of my cousins on one occasion, when I was probably in the 4th or 5th grade, said, Forrest, you want to go play in the haunted house? And I couldn't say no fast enough. I wanted nothing to do with ghosts. But I have to say that because if you look at the smaller print toward the bottom, it says a story from Atlantic City to the Somerset Place plantation. Unfortunately, it took over 40 years, the 1990s, before I actually found out what the haunted house really was. It was a part of the Somerset Place plantation. So as you look at parts of the Somerset Place plantation today, it's been, as we say, reconstructed. But what I found out, unfortunately, so many decades later, that in Mr. Collins, in the year 1786, he purchased 4 Africans from a shipment from the Guinea coast in 1786. So in just about, less than 80 years later, the Emancipation Proclamation goes into effect. So at that point, North Carolina plantations and others throughout the South began to demise, not overnight, as you know, because we now celebrate Juneteenth Day. So we knew the devil hung in there for another 2 years or so to squeeze every little penny he could out of the system. But at the determination of this plantation, Mr. Collins owned 100,000 acres, had 800 Africans. So I now have my students sit down with paper and pen and say, look, let's form a business. We're going to have 800 employees. It's going to be an agriculturally based business. We're going to have 100,000 acres to produce our product. I said, the only twist to this story, I don't want to pay my niggas, I don't want to pay my employees a dime. I said, figure out how we can do this. And many of my students come back and say, it's illegal, we can't do this. Others come back with an answer. I said, my classmates, students, you're looking at the beginnings of generational wealth in this country. Nobody's ever going to even catch up to it. I'll even ask them, I said, you sit in integrated, diversified classrooms today. Even Kane University has its history that Pastor Jefferson shared. I'll ask them, does anybody know in this room when was the first university started? I don't expect anybody to really guess it, but I got my stuff down pat. 1636. So I'll ask this esteemed audience, can any of you guess what the name of that institution was? Harvard. Who was allowed to go to Harvard in 1636? White males who could afford it, or their parents. Then I could say, where did the money come from? And that's a no-brainer right there. And they had to be one more thing to qualify to get into Harvard. They had to be Protestants. So if you wanted to check it out, you could Google it and find out when was the first school started for Jewish people, when was the first college started for women, when was the first college started for Negroes. And so somebody started life literally with a 200-year advantage. It's not until the 1800s, literally, that we begin to look at. So we thank God. Once we discovered all of this information, it was by the 1990s, we started facilitating what was then called the Somerset Place homecomings. What we discovered, as I'm now backtracking, there are descendants of 4 African family lines. So we know their names, which were all made up by the Mr. Collins. But for any students who are present, if you wanted to write a paper about this, Dr. Jefferson will give you my email. I can be your mentor through this project. But we now have publications out there on all of this. The first year we did a reunion. We wanted to invite the media to come. We didn't think they'd come just for us. So we gave them something that they would be interested in looking at. We asked Alex Haley if he would come and give opening remarks. We also invited, once again, the descendants of the 4 Africans, and we also invited Mr. Collins's families who owned everybody. We then invited not only the press, but we wanted people to talk about and bring about reconciliation and an understanding of our walk in life and their walk in life. So indeed, the haunted house, in the basement of it, Mr. Collins's wife had the skills of an accountant. She maintained handwritten ledgers of a census at the end of each and every year about everything they owned. So they might have said, we own 5 rakes, 10 shovels, 14 horses, 4 Negras, 870 Negras. And that's the word they use, Negras. Pardon me. As I'm approaching my senior year in high school, civil rights activities are increasing in the South. And I swear that the only stories that we ever heard in this country about Africa were as follows. Today on the African continent, 4 Christian missionaries were burned alive and eaten by the savage Africans. This was the image that we would conjure up in our minds. We didn't have cell phones, didn't have smart media, didn't have computers. All we had was a lot of disillusionment. Every time in high school, when the appropriate material in our textbooks got to the chapters on cotton or the plantations in the South, most of us wanted to slide under our chairs. 1961, I entered Delaware State. Well, let me back it up. As I'm approaching finishing my junior year in high school, all the seniors at Atlantic City High School received a summer assignment. That assignment was, you had to read 1 book over the summer on your own, and when you came back in September, you had to share it with your teacher. I'll be perfectly honest. I went to the library looking for the smallest book I could find. If I'm going to read it without a teacher's supervision, I had no motivation to really aspire any. But I got to the library, and I used my small finger to say, I don't want a book any larger than my smallest finger. So I'm walking up and down the shelves. I find a few books, but the one that had the strangest title to me, you're looking at it right now. The Souls of Black Folks. We didn't use the word black. We were called Negroes and called worse than that. But I pulled the book out, and because it was small, I said, hey, this should meet my need. And I was just so curious about what this man was going to be talking about. So I highlighted in yellow one of the quotes that can be lifted of the golden gems he left in terms of analysis about the two-ness that we all feel within ourselves. We are both American and Negro, 2 souls, 2 thoughts, at war with each other within one dark body. I go off in 1961 to be a part of Delaware State University's first honors program. Also, to be a little bit closer, we thought as 18-year-olds, to some of the civil rights activity. 2 weeks on campus, we facilitate a sit-in demonstration. I might add that as we talked about it, we filled up an auditorium that every seat was filled up. Several hundred people showed up for the discussion. When it came to volunteering to get on the bus, about 100 people raised their hands. That morning when the bus pulled up, 7 people were standing there. We decided to walk back to the residence halls and try it another time. And as I'm walking back, it was like God began to speak through me. And I have to give a disclaimer. I wasn't that religious. I was sitting in church every Sunday. But God said, Forrest, how many people do I need to change anything? one kid with a slingshot. I said to my friends and colleagues, we need to turn around, because if we go back to the residence hall, we are giving in to the cowardness within everyone else and the fear. So let's go forward. We did go forward. But several weeks later, we paid a price for that. One Friday night after the dance on campus and the movie, around midnight, we were all walking back to the residence halls, and young Klansmen wannabes pulled their cars up on campus, turned off the lights, and started mowing down anybody in sight. One of our freshman friends had 100 broken bones in his body. When we went to the hospital, they could not lay him in the bed because they said they'd had to give him so much narcotic to keep the pain away, because gravity would cause him to hurt. They had him suspended from the ceiling just like Frankenstein. And they said gravity is going to reset his bones. I say this because, there's a lot of people out there who've been involved in stuff. Some people talk the stuff, some people walk the stuff. And you never know these stories until you ask somebody. Dr. Michoud, who was the president of Delaware State at that point, had a PhD in mathematics. On one occasion, we were dedicating in my sophomore year a brand new science building. Dr. Michoud said, I'm going to produce more black PhDs out of this little teeny school. He said, that's going to be my legacy for the future. So most of us turned to each other and said, what's a PhD? But indeed, by hindsight, faculty at places like that would also probably, in a class like this, they would give us a critical thinking question. And they asked us all, what is the greatest threat to America? So that's real easy for anybody who was in elementary school in the 50s, because we used to practice these air raid drills all the time. We would jump under our little wooden desk, and the teacher would say, stay under the desk until the air raid siren goes off. Of course, nobody ever told us that nuclear radiation probably would radiate all of us and we'd be dust. So much for integrity in government. So we all said the same thing. It's the Russians with a nuclear capacity. And our professor said, no, it's not. The greatest threat to America is a black man and a black woman with a college degree who loves God. And I had to say, Pastor, I said, damn. I can still remember that. But our enlightenment began. Enlightenment is not just stuff you can read in books. It's the interaction between those who know better to help you do better. I say that because as anything that comes out of any deliberations later, that personal contact is just so important. At orientation at Delaware State, most of us were standing there with jeans on, t-shirts, sweatshirts, and sneakers. There were 4 young men standing there with business suits on and ties. And we thought they were faculty who were trying to play like they were students. So we would keep going over and saying, you can't be freshmen because you're all dressed up. And one of my new friends said, oh no, we're from Africa. This is how we honor professors in Africa. We dress. And we said, no, that's not Africa. You gotta have paint and bones, and you eat people. And they said, Negro, what are you talking about? We then began to realize that we had been brainwashed. That indeed the images that made us hate ourselves, the images and understanding of Africa, have been manipulated. I then did something I had probably never done in my life before. I had a job in a library reshelving books. I used to rush through my little job so I could run over to the one little shelf in those days that had books on Africa. And I started reading. So I just put a few things here. It's fascinating. You can look at the pyramids, and I know a number of you probably have been to Africa and you've seen this in person, 30, 40 stories tall, and engineers still trying to figure out at least in the 60s, how those things were built. Now they understand it's using advanced principles of physics. Mummification processes, pioneered in Egypt. Imhotep. I also read something that at the time, now makes me embarrassed to even say this. I read something in one of the books that said, even the Egyptians who formed what we could call the first universities on the face of the earth, they were called the schools of mystery, studying the elements of life that no man could control, earth, wind, fire, and water. But it said in one of the books I was reading that the Egyptians attempted to move objects using their minds. And I laughed. I said, who in the world? Everybody knows you can't move an object with your mind. Never say never. Today in the 21st century, we have men and women who can go to war, lose a limb. And through the modern use of technology, we now have a fusion of medicine, biology, and engineering. We have biomechanical engineering. They no longer just put on plastic prosthetics. They can actually use three-dimensional printing. They can print a hand, an arm, a leg that resembles what you had. They can put a chip in your neck, and as you think to move your fingers, you can actually send those communications. And now I tell all of my classes when I have the opportunity, I said, I laughed when I read that in African people, the Egyptians were attempting to move objects using their minds. Look at what we're doing today. And this is how I turn on, in a sense, young people, to let them understand the greatness that is within if we simply recognize it. Another very powerful thing I believe that I like to say sometimes that my generation entered college as Negroes. Many of us came out 4 years later, and we were black. Thank you for smiling. When I went home and told my mother, Mom, we're black, she smacked the crap out of me. I would ask this learned audience, can anybody tell me why my mother would smack me for saying we are now black? Who wants to volunteer to answer the question? Because every white person, Brother Kafili, you want to? Kafele. Indeed. As we would walk down the street, every white person had the license to dehumanize us by calling you black so-and-so. Everybody follow that? And members of our generation understood that Dr. King was going to get laws changed, but somebody had to get the minds of our people ready to live in freedom. So we're going to take a word that means something terrible and turn it into something beautiful. And that's how the Black is Beautiful movement began. It did upset our parents, but once again, I share that. So I say that to say that within what we were beginning to do, we didn't have faculty members guiding us. We were sitting around at night. We had our own little study groups, reading all we could read and empowering. So fundamentally, what comes out of that, if you look at this carefully, it's a lot of information on it, but it's about critical thinking and critical consciousness. We will become a self-determining people. We will name ourselves, we will define ourselves, and you know those kind of principles are found also in the Kwanzaa movement. But I share with you, as we begin to deal with various elements of our psychological preparation for liberation, in the summer of 1964, I was a member of an organization called the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. We did something called Freedom Summer. Hundreds of students from across the country went into Mississippi. At the end of the summer, we had empowered people to read, to write, understand the Constitution, and we mounted up what was called the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party with Fannie Lou Hamer. I mention that because that convention in the summer of '64, 1 year after John F. Kennedy was assassinated, That convention was right here in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Now moving into a different phase of what we're going to talk about, I'm going to be looking at 3 ships. This is going to be, content, if you would. This will identify the geography of the empires that were involved, British Empire, the Portuguese, and so forth. The ship on the left, the black and white, is called the Zong. I don't know if any of you have heard of this, but make a note of it as I mention the story. Through some miscalculation in their routing and so forth, they ended up being off course, determined that they didn't have enough food and supplies and water, and they jettisoned over 100 of the Africans, threw them into the water. Upon their return, they filed a claim with their insurance company for lost merchandise, those human bodies. I think a few weeks later, a couple of whistleblowers, deckhands, ended up exposing that as a plot. But we share that because those who were responsible for enslavement throughout the empires of the world have these kind of sins upon their soul to this very day. Once these empires began to realize how much money they could make on the commodification of human flesh, it began to impact the architecture of ships. So the picture on the right shows what would have been produced in Portugal, in Lisbon. The ship was called the Brooks. So normally, the schooner to the left, which is also the same, about approximately the same size as the Amistad ship, you could put maybe 100 to 120 Africans on the deck. They began to figure out how they could supersize their cargo holds. A ship like the Brooks could hold well over 400 bodies, not standing up, as you can see, looking down as we are, like as in a drone, laying on their backs and maybe stacked up 2 to 3 high. So the Brooks received, you might say, the record for having a tight pack of well over 400 bodies. The third ship would be the Amistad. It was much like the ship we saw in the black and white. It was not just a plain cargo ship, but as many of you should know by now, that's they have estimated that somewhere between 20 to 30 mutinies on ships or rebellions and revolts did occur. The one that we are most familiar with that was a somewhat successful rebellion was on the Amistad. In honor then of that act of rebellion, the Amistad legislation was initiated in the state of New Jersey that empowered or demanded, if you would, mandated that school districts would incorporate knowledge of the African American and African experience in grades K to 12. After 2 decades of that legislation, I'm sad to, I believe, say that less than 4% of all schools in the state of New Jersey that were mandated have any resemblance of that content. I'm proud also to just highlight one of the types of approaches looking at that content would yield. This is a local person that most people have never heard of, but on the other hand, the dedicated few of us know the story of a Paul Robeson. His father was a pastor of a church in Princeton, New Jersey. And then I think during that generation, that time, Negroes who knew better did better. Their motto was, I think, excellence is the way in which they step forward and the way they do everything that they put their hands to. Paul Robeson was not only Phi Beta Kappa, which is the highest honor society at any university. Literally, it means you have a 4.0. He was Phi Beta Kappa, and he made All-American in football. And he was extremely talented at music. At some point, his critical consciousness tells Paul, of the road he must take in life. So while he had a short-lived athletic career and he had time in some films and an opera, you should know that he lifted his voice around the world to assist oppressed peoples. There was also the Red Scare period that occurred where many folks were being called, communist, and they were being discredited for any of their affiliations. But Paul Robeson stood tall like the tallest tree in the forest, the documentary. But for those who've never heard of him, I bring him to your attention. So if I go back to my original challenge to you about, do you want to spend time in a haunted house? I'm beginning to use that phrase thank you. A part of the problem that we have when it comes to Africana studies, one of the problems, deals with the lies which American society has been telling about themselves and about other people. Some people refer to this as the paradigm of American exceptionalism. If I were to revamp the basic American history course, these are 3 of the books that I would probably use. And these are the ones that we use at the university to supplement students in their understanding of critical thinking. For example, we are about to, on Monday, we celebrate Columbus Day. And I do not wish to disparage the image of Columbus for anybody in the room who is of Italian-American ancestry. But if we were to ask all Americans, how many trips did Columbus make? 99.9% of them are going to say 1, 1492. Columbus made a total of 4. At the instruction of the Queen of Spain, he was told on the second trip that he was to extract from the people when they found they had gold. When the people were non-compliant with Columbus's wish, he began to systematically remove their fingers. He allowed his men to rape the women. He thought that would break the backs of the men. When Columbus returned from his 4th journey, the government of Spain arrested him as a war criminal. I share that to say that those who pursue Africana studies, we are the truth tellers, and the truth can hurt. The Lowen book, Lies My Teacher Told Me, is fundamental. He is a white scholar who has looked at everything that we would consider basic American history and shows you what is the truth and what is not the truth. And we are all very familiar with the very recent 1619 project. I hope you are also very familiar with the 1776 project. It was launched during President Trump's last week in office, and it calls for a look at patriotic history, and it denounces the 1619 project. Ron DeSantis said recently that slavery benefited those who, so I don't need to use a whole lot of words sometimes. I just show people a picture, and I'll say, show me the benefit. You may or may not know that this young man, in 1863, runs away from his plantation and his family, but he tells them he'll come back for them. He runs into an encampment of the Union Army. He wants to sign up and enlist. They were going to put him through his brief medical when they discovered this. They asked for his permission to document and take a picture of the back. Slavery was beneficial. Here you can obviously see 2 children. And I'm not just emphasizing them working in the fields. I use this to introduce the fact that many slave masters, in order to save money, they would take 10 or 15 women of fertile ages, put them into a bunker with 1 male His job was to keep all of those women pregnant. These are what are called baby farms. And this is how many of those slave masters saved an awful lot of money. The sins of the fathers. These are the 5 myths that hold up American exceptionalism. We're not going to go through and explain all of them, but you can just read them for yourselves. Look particularly at myth number 5. There is a fusion in this country of what we call Christian nationalism, where even the Klan, there's a book out called The Gospel According to the Klan, where folks who wish to imprison others and enslave, they use the selected portions of the Bible. So make a note of it. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Slave Bible. Since you have computers, when you get home, please look it up. The Slave Bible. At some point, rich plantation owners commissioned their own Bible, Pastor Jefferson. They took out 80% of the content. You can actually find a copy of the Slave Bible at the American Museum on the Bible in Washington, D.C. So if you go to YouTube, just put in, American Bible Museum, and then put in Slave Bible, and you can see it for yourself. So for some of us who know better, we bring this to folks' attention so that we don't make all of this seem like it was nice. The last word I could probably say is that, it is against God's word for anybody to hold brothers and sisters. The reason I said in the beginning that the problem is not the color line, it's colored people. Here is Steve Biko speaking to us from South Africa, if you would. That black consciousness is an attitude of the mind, a way of life. Our blackness, if you would, unites us philosophically and in the struggle with our brothers and sisters around the world who are oppressed. Here's one of our brothers from Jamaican University, Lewis Gordon. His training is in philosophy. He's written a book looking at this black consciousness around the globe, from Brazil, etc. I point this out for students if you ever need the right papers, that this gives his background. This is us now celebrating, starting in the 1990s, what we call the Somerset Place Homecoming down at the plantation. We bring in the descendants of the 4 Africans and the white families. I was to probably do a little Q&A, so since I have the, no good? Got it. Thank you so much for your attention, class. Exam will be next week. Thank you.
Ian, if you can, get prepared. I want to take this picture. I want all of the individuals who brought remarks at this time to come up to the stage. As we shift to get ready for our panel discussions, we are running a little bit behind, but I want to make sure we get a photo with you, Dr. Pritchett. I also want to share something Dr. Gray just enlightened me to understand. What you bear witness to today is exactly what the intent and purpose of the coalition and what we are aiming to do with this summit. We plan to have intellectual dialogue that moves forward, if you will, the knowledge and understanding of Africana studies from a space and place that is not far left, far right, but it's right down the middle as it relates to academia. And so Dr. Pritchett has set that foundation for us today. Let's put our hands together for him one more time. I'm going to ask for Dr. Jefferson to come up at this time, Reverend Jefferson, Assemblyman Atkins, if you would please come, even Brother Kafele, if you would come at this time as well, Dr. Gray, so we can get a picture with you all here in the center as we prepare for Dr. Cook. Susan Cook Johnson will come at this time, and the panelists will come down to this side as well, so we can get a picture together.
Yes, sir. For you. You want to sit in front?
Yeah, come in the front here on stage.
We're also going to ask our advisory board members if you would also just come up front in the interest of time so we can have a couple of photos with you as well.
At this time, we're asking for all panelists to please come up at this time for our panelist dialogue and discussion. As Dr. Pritchett makes his way down, he has a lot of fame as a scholar. We're so blessed for that wonderful presentation and keynote address. Can we share the slide for Susan Johnson Cook, please? Oh, no, Dr. Pritchett, you're okay. Thank you. My team is going to line the slides for me. I believe we're missing Patricia Perkins Auguste. I know she's in the crowd. She may have stepped out. Okay, thank you. Ambassador Susan Denise Johnson Cook served as a U.S. presidential advisor, pastor, theologian, author, activist, and scholar. She is a trailblazing individual who needs no introduction if you've been around for the past couple of decades. She has served as the U.S. Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom underneath the Obama administration, and during that time when I served as the head of his work for My Brother's Keeper for the city of Newark, I had the pleasure of working under her leadership as well. She was the first African-American woman to hold the position. Dr. Johnson Cook has been a prominent voice for human rights, advocating for religious freedom globally. In addition to her diplomatic work, she has been a senior pastor, and she is truly called to preach and teach the gospel of Jesus Christ. She has served also as an advisor to U.S. presidents and a respected leader in faith-based initiatives, combining her passion for ministry with her commitment to social justice and global advocacy. On top of that, she gives of her time. She could have been anywhere in the world today, but when I shared with her the work that we were doing here at our fine university, she said, "Nephew," which is what she calls me, our endearing term, "I will be there for you for the work." Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for today, Dr. Susan Johnson Cook.
Thank you so much, nephew. I call him nephew because now all the young ones call me auntie. So that means that I'm a sage in the making. But thank you so much for your leadership, and Dean Gray, and to certainly President Revelette, and to all of you, Reverend Clergy, and to the excellencies, and all of you, I greet you with joy today. Thank you so much for assembling us and for the invitation and the inspiration we've received. And so we're just gonna get right into the panel. What we're gonna ask is during your lunchtime that you'll have some questions that you've prepared for any of the panelists who will be with us so that we can take advantage of this wonderful time that we have right now. And so I'm gonna start right out. The question Reverend Jefferson talked about from the Swahili is, how are the children? Let me just start out saying I landed at 1 this morning from Atlanta because I've got 2 big old boys, and I had to go cook lasagna and some fried chicken so that I could come here today. So the children in my family are doing well. Chubby little things. So I'm going to ask you, so please join me in welcoming our panel today, Dr. David Jefferson Jr., who you've met, and certainly Superintendent Erskine Glover, Hillside School District, Reverend Kimberly Williams, who is the National Executive Director of Choose Healthy Life, and Dr. Jean-Pierre Brutus, who Esquire, who's the Senior Counsel for the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice. So I'm just going to start with, how are the children? You're Hillside.
We're missing one individual right here
Oh,
next
my
to me.
goodness. No.
Councilwoman
Please, thank you so much.
Patricia Perkins Auguste is here.
Augusta, yes, thank you so much for joining us as well. So let's give a hand to our entire panel. And I'm going to start out with you, certainly. How are the children in your district? What's needed to help them be better?
Peace and blessings, Hotep, and great grand risings to our people. I'm Erskine R. Glover, superintendent and proud superintendent of Hillside Public School District, literally about a mile down the way here in Hillside, New Jersey. How are the children? I could speak for a long time about it, but I'm going to tell you that the children that I serve are great spirits and great minds. The children are resilient. The children are dedicated. And I say that representing the Hillside children, but I'm going to say globally. I just came back from California last week, spent a week there at a conference with other superintendents. The children are hungry. And they're hungry for something that I don't think many of us are even thinking about giving them. Yes. And they want to be nourished. So how are the children? They're hungry. They're ready. And I don't know if we're ready as the adults sitting in the room for what they have to offer. If I can close and just saying this real quick, right? Frederick Douglass said it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men.
Wow. Thank you for the work that you do also.
Appreciate you.
So Reverend Kimberly Williams, you're National Executive Director of Choose Healthy Life, started by Deborah Fraser House, and we're praying for her. But you know, we always look at diabetes and all of the issues that are happening in our community, and we must. But also, what do we need to do in terms of the health of our communities as it's affected and impacted by racism and sexism? How is that impacting our health?
Thank you, and thank you to everyone in this room today. So the question is, how's our health care and how's it impacting our communities? Our health is breaking down. But when you ask the question about our children, I feel like our children are motivating us to take control because they are inspiring us to do better. So when we think about our health, one of the things that I think about is the power of self-advocacy and the importance of, first of all, knowing the status of your health. The work that Choose Healthy Life does provides a tool so that people have a grounding and an understanding of the condition of our health. Yeah. A lot of times we're waiting until it's too late. The emergency room is not the indicator of your health. That's when your health is in crisis. Yes. The Blueprint for Wellness tool that our organization provides is the tool that gives you the blueprint for your health. And so I would say that the status of our health right now, we were breaking down. But after COVID, I believe we took great control of our health. Many of us are pushing for advocacy when it comes to the medications that our community needs. Yes. But we're also looking for influential and impactful ways to say, let's eat better. So the work that we do impacts our Black churches to say, we love good fried chicken, we love a good piece of chocolate cake, we love the fruit punch. But let's transition and look at some water. Let's look at some baked fish. Let's look at other options. And then let's get active. The body is the temple, but if the temple isn't well, it can't house the spirit well. Exactly. And so I think that the community has embraced that after the impact of so much death in our community, and now we're on an uptick.
I love it. Let me correct my thing. Mine was baked chicken, not fried. So I'm just put that in there. And we had lots of water and greens next to it.
I like it. I like it.
Dr. Jefferson Jr., first of all, thank you for the work you do. I am so proud to call you my nephew, but we are so proud of you as a leader. Let's give it up for today. Why do you do the work we do? I heard the word today, trailblazers and thought leaders. You brought us together. Why do you do the work that you do?
Calling. A lot of I think my centering in the work, not only because of the president and Dr. Gray and seeing the calling within me, there's a passion that is there, but there's also a calling, right? And in that calling, I believe we have to educate the next generation now. There's a gap, but there's also, you know, my background in film and television, there's always what we call the animosity of the situation, right? There's always something fighting against the good. And when we are in this work, if we are not preparing the minds for the future, it can be miscalculated. So when we have individuals like a Dr. Forrest Pritchett here today giving that lecture, it creates the boundaries and the framework for us to move the work forward so that we're empowering the next generation. We won't be here long. I know we look good right now, but our time is winding up. Time is built with swift transition.
Yes.
My concern is for the next generation to come to be empowered to ensure that there's a legacy of what it is our ancestors went through that we can continue to teach and tell the story, not his or her story, the story. So I'm committed to that. I'm called to that. Our university is committed to that and doing it in the proper manner. We see a lot of, I would say, conflict throughout the world. Conflict can be curbed with educational understanding and mindset. And I believe the hallowed halls of academia is where we're going to be able to make that change.
And I think our ancestors are celebrating you today and all the work that you're doing. So thank you. Councilwoman at Large, Patricia Perkins, pronounce the last part.
Auguste.
Auguste. You were first on my cards here, so you were so powerful. You know, I had to just come back to you. So he talks about time being limited. You know, we are only here for a time. To everything, there's a season. You're elected for a time. What do you hope to do with the time that you have as it concerns this summit?
Wow, this is so important to the community, and it's about legacy building. I think what Dr. David Jefferson Jr. spoke about is a legacy thing. We must share with the children today what we as a people have been through so they can continue the legacy. And then, you know, it's clear, without education, you know, without the lack of knowledge, the people perish. So we have to give the people the education. We have to give our children the education. And what better place to do it than within a university bound? You know, we're a place where education is key and critical to the livelihood of this institution. We must educate our children, and for such a time as this, such a time as this, I truly want to thank Dr. David Jefferson Jr. because, you know, he's being led. And with that leading, sometimes it comes with a lot of friction. But he has pushed and forged through for the betterment of the community, for the betterment of the children. You know, Dr. David Jefferson Sr. mentioned, how are the children?
Yes.
How are the children? Yeah, they are hungry.
Yes.
And they're looking for us to lead and guide them. And they're looking for us, answers from us. They're literally looking for the answers from us. And what are we doing? We can't shy away from our children. We cannot shy away from the children on the campus. We cannot shy away from the children in the homes, in the street, in the church. We have to embrace them and give them the tools that they need so they can carry on. Time is swift. You know, we here today, you know, I remember these two when they were knee high, okay? And so I'm looking at them both now and say, my God, this is God. They have grown. My prophetess here, my doctor here. This is a great thing, but we have to leave something for the children.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so both of them come from great roots, and thank you for their parents who are here today. You come from great roots and the work that you do in our communities. So Attorney Jean-Pierre Brutus, I just like saying your name. If I could just say that 3 times, it just sounds good, you know? But you're one of our new lawyers, and you're running a Center for Justice. What do law schools, number one, need to make sure that we introduce so that you can do the work that you do, so the upcoming lawyers can be about our Father's business in a real way? And what are you like triggered to do? What do you feel compelled and called to do at this time?
So thank you so much for that question. So first, I just want to thank Kane University and Dr. David Jefferson Jr. for this initiative. I just want to say that Black Studies is near and dear to my heart. I minored in African American Studies as an undergraduate at the time when we did not have a Department of African American Studies, we did not have a major. And I was also a part of the third cohort in the PhD program at Northwestern to receive a PhD in Black Studies. And I learned from a wonderful group of scholars. And the only reason why I'm able to do this work today is because of the intellectual generosity and the brilliance of those scholars. For those of you who may not know, the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice is located in Newark. We're actually celebrating our 25th anniversary. We are an advocacy organization that seeks to empower people from the ground up. We are led by our wonderful CEO and President, Ryan Haygood. I also want to say that, part of the work that we are doing, yes, we are attorneys, but we are also advocates, and we do not think in silos. And we launched the New Jersey Reparations Council as an effort to think about the future. So when we talk about children, what we're really talking about is the future. And when we're talking about the future, we need to think about the past and how the past impacts the present and will shape the future. And so often when we're thinking about reparations, we think about it as a past thing, right? As a historical thing, as a thing looking backwards, when actually it's a future-oriented project. And I am the convener of the New Jersey Reparations Council. It's a first-of-its-kind initiative that is supported by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation here in New Jersey. We are in a unique time for reparations. California had a reparations task force. New York has one. Illinois has one. Chicago, Kansas City, San Francisco, Illinois, Detroit, Atlanta, Fulton County, Boston, right, so on and so forth. Wow. And in the work that we're doing, we have 9 committees. One of those committees is our Public Education and Narrative Committee. We're looking at the role of the Amistad Commission, the role of African American Studies, of Black Studies, of Africana Studies in our public schools, right? Next month, our Public Education Narrative Committee will hold a public session, which I hope you will all attend. It's virtual. It will be in the evening at 6:30. I encourage all of you to attend, to provide public comment and your thoughts about the needs of this. Right? This will be instrumental in shaping reparative policies that will have an impact on legislators at the state level. Because in June of 2025, this upcoming June, we will release a final report from our 9 different committees, including health equity, environmental justice, segregation, history of slavery in New Jersey, economic justice, public safety and justice, right? We've got a whole host of committees. You can go to njreparationscouncil.org, and in reference to African American Studies, Black Studies, it is co-chaired by Khalil Gibran Muhammad from Harvard Kennedy School, who will be joining the Princeton Africana Studies Department in January, and Dr. Tajania Henderson, who is the law professor and the dean of the Graduate School of Education at Rutgers University, Newark. So if you want to find out more, go to njreparationscouncil.org.
Do you have a date for that virtual summit that you just mentioned?
It's tentatively scheduled for November 6th, but we will possibly change that because it is the day after the election, so that might be changed a week later. Okay. But keep your eye out for that. We'll have flyers. We've got wonderful folks on that committee, including Dreesen Heath, who leads the Why We Can't Wait Coalition, which is a national coalition for reparations for HR 40.
You got a lot in there. Thank you so much for that information. But that's really important stuff. So you took your first committee that you mentioned was health and equities. So I'm going to ask you, Reverend Williams, we're building a coalition today. We're trying to pull all the pieces together. How can you two, Attorney Brutus, how can you two get information from each other that will inform you and push your reparations forward and push your work that you do forward? What are some things that you can do? I'm asking Reverend Williams on this one.
So one of the things that we are so privileged to do, our founder, Deborah Fraser Howes, her belief is you got to put pen to paper. We are known for doing amazing work, but not necessarily chronicalizing it and putting it on paper and driving it forward. So one of the things that she was instrumental in, she was also the founder of BLACA, which was the Black Leadership Commission on AIDS. And when she did that work, she wrote a policy. This organization, Choose Healthy Life, has dropped a policy. We've dropped the Health Equity Innovation Bill, 5520. Senator Gillibrand over in the state of New York, Senator Booker here in the state of New Jersey, Congresswoman Nikema Williams, they are helping us to push that bill forward. That Health Innovation Equity bill is to make sure that organizations that are doing the groundwork, the grassroots work, get funding. Oftentimes, when we put our feet to the ground, the funding is episodic. So once the funding dries up, so does the work. And so what we're doing is making sure that we're building policies that allow continuous funding for our organizations to be able to push our work forward. And so I would say that we have to be willing to not just do the work, but put the policy in place that supports our work and helps us to get the justice that we deserve.
Very much, and thank you for that information. I want to invite you and all those who are here. We're going to be doing the Status of Black Women Summit, the State of Black Women Summit, December 5th, 1 month right after the election in Washington, D.C. And you can go to globalblackwomen.org event and sign up. But we're going to look at Black women particularly as the heads of our villages, and what's happening with our health, what's happening with our wealth, what's happening with our justice issues. So I invite you to globalblackwomen.org, State of Black Women Summit in December. So I'm going to ask you, my Hillside superintendent, you know, and Dr. Pritchett, thank you for your information. So there's a movement to try to ban our books from libraries all over the country. What are you doing to preserve, because we're here today to preserve and advance, what are you doing to make sure that we can read about ourselves and know who we are?
Well, I think we're blessed here in New Jersey that we don't have that same negative energy and fervor that many of my colleagues in southern states and across the country are experiencing. But part of the important process is making sure that who we partner with to bring in literature into our district is representative of the students who we serve. Yes. Hillside's a very diverse community that represents quite a few students that are coming from all parts of the diaspora, as well as South American countries, and a lot of our Haitian students are entering into our district as well, Haitian families, excuse me. One of the things that's been important is how we develop literacy, and not just literacy about reading books, but critically understanding what literacy means in the context of your heritage, right? Yes. If we go back to, I think of a trailblazer and ancestor, John Henry Clark, all right? If we really talk about Africana studies, right? And he speaks about the importance of heritage and the relationship that we have to have with it. So for us, part one is making sure that we are critically educating our teachers, who don't always look like the students they're serving, to understand the importance of what it means to have a quality education as representative of the students. So the literature we bring in is very intentional. We've partnered with a couple of vendors who have brought in books that look like our students, whether it be students of African descent, African American descent, or other South American Black and brown babies. That's part one. Part two is also then that importance of ongoing training. Like we said today, this is not just a one-off. Dr. Gray said that. We have to continuously train our educators to understand what it means to think critically and see our students through a lens of who they are and what they bring to the classroom. And then the last piece is embracing our families. I think there's a disconnect many times in not understanding that what the families and communities brings into the school, we can leverage and make our classrooms and our learning spaces much more healthier. Attacking those three spaces consistently has been something that we've tried to do, but it's also that other superintendents are actively engaged in.
I love it. So the training for your teachers, do you do retreats sort of like this to help make sure that they
It's ongoing.
It's ongoing?
It's ongoing.
Okay.
So so I do these video announcements to my principals on a daily basis.
I love it.
I'm dropping information about what are you doing in professional development during the course of the week.
Yes.
When you have conversations with your teachers, what are you sharing with them at that moment? Then we have the larger professional developments, and we encourage them to travel and go to other places.
I love it.
But you tend to forget when you go to a conference.
Yes.
But you remember, if I'm telling you every day, did you introduce this book? I walk into classrooms and I tell them, if I see books that are not out for our students, we got a problem. And if I see them just thrown together, we have a problem. But if I don't see images around the room, if I don't see quotes, if I don't see articles, we're not pushing our seniors to do research on spaces that they may have never done, I have a problem. Okay. So we're constantly talking about it. Now, adults don't always internalize it as quick as I wanted to, but the conversations are happening.
But the consistency is there, and eventually they're going to have it. So Dr. Jefferson Jr., what is your vision? You know, you're a generation or two behind me, and there are others up and coming. What's your vision to make sure that it's intergenerational education, that we're continuing to perpetuate this that you're doing? How do you see yourself expanding and multiplying what you're doing?
Well, I appreciate that question. Intergenerational dialogue is one that we are not having. And we know Willie Lynch set things up so that there will be an issue with intergenerational activation in our culture as African Americans here in this country. What I would say is, currently I'm teaching a course on Africana studies here. And I'm noticing the non-traditional student who is coming back and seeking education. Students are not traditional in the sense of coming right out of high school and going into college. We have individuals in the workforce, we have individuals who are not the typical student who are seeking knowledge and wanting to acquire a degree. So what I would say is we have to do a better job at not only reaching back, but reaching forward. We have to reclaim those individuals who want to seek education, who want to acquire their degrees. And I'll tell you, here at Kane University, we have a wonderful non-traditional student track for individuals to come and acquire that knowledge and information. I think we need to do that more. I also think we need to have more dialogue intergenerationally. Yes. The one thing that I know my mother is always speaking about hospitality, which is bringing in our elders, bringing in our young people, and putting them together in the same space and place, yes, and enjoying and learning from one another. I see elders in my church, they'll grab their cell phones, they'll say, baby, I don't know how to do that. Show mother how to make that work. Yeah. And we're teaching, as well as then she's coming back, and we as young people are saying, we don't understand the history. What was it like during your day and age? And they're teaching. So I think that intergenerational dialogue is crucial, but also we have a plan here for that student who is non-traditional who can come and get that education as well.
That's awesome. One of your presenters who's coming up later does intercontinental education, taking students to Africa and to the motherland. Attorney, you're doing interstate work, and so you're multiplying what you're doing with the reparations. But we also, and now you're talking about intergenerational. What can we do? This is a quick last question for each of you. What's your one sentence answer? What can we do to make sure you're committed to this coalition, and what would you bring to that table? So let me ask it in one sentence. What will you bring to the table to ensure your commitment to this coalition? In any order, you have one.
Patricia Perkins, let's start with her first. Let's start with her.
And you have 1 minute to answer this question. Or less. I know, but not today. I'm a Baptist preacher too. All right. What's your commitment?
In all seriousness, it's my desire to see our people progress in these United States, which we built. I'm firmly believing and knowing that we built this country off of our free labor, our ancestors. So it's my desire to make the ancestors happy, to make them glad about what we're doing with their legacy, and to continue the legacy.
Thank you. Attorney, what's your commitment to this coalition?
Sure. So the New Jersey Reparation Council has a number of academics who are historians, scholars of Black studies, including folks like Leslie Alexander, Derek Hamilton, Walter Grayson, and many others. And it's to take the learnings and knowledge from Black studies and to disseminate to the larger public, particularly about the history of slavery in New Jersey, when New Jersey was called the slave state of the North, New Jersey as the Georgia of the North, and to take that to the broader public of New Jersey, but also to take that research, turn it into public policy, to build a new New Jersey where Black people can win, Black people can be free, and Black people finally can thrive and be whole in a racially just New Jersey.
I love it. Dr. Williams.
Okay, you said one sentence.
One sentence.
I need to just speak to the uniqueness of Kane University and the Black church. One of the things that I want to continue to see is that we collaborate. Kane University was willing to leave campus, come to the Black church, experience the Black church, and then make offers to our congregation to say we need students.
I love
and
it.
You have the ability. So I want to continue to see the activation of collaboration between all of our institutions to help our community and our children to come.
That's inspiration for activation and collaboration and consolidation. And your last one, sir?
One sentence.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep this in a long sentence, right? So this is
60 seconds.
It's gonna be quick. Keep students first is the motto that I live by. And when you keep the students at the center of the work in the space that I work in, and you understand that what we do is to better them, then we're gonna be all right. So I'm committed to making sure that we remember that students, whether higher ed or in the primary and secondary space, are at the center of this work.
And our last comment's going to come from our invitor about elevation and activation and consolidation and collaboration. What's your commitment? You like that? Yeah, you can. Can somebody take our picture up here and text this to me, please? 718-690-6777. So our last question, please, Dr. Jefferson. Junior?
Yeah, I will say this, and here's my sentence. I am thankful that I have a president and President Lamont Repoletta. I am thankful that I have a leader in Dr. Sancha Gray, who have provided an opportunity for someone who maybe doesn't look the typical role in leading this initiative for this institution. And I think myself being here serves as an advocate to ensure that there is an open door for all, not just individuals who look like me, but individuals who don't look like me but want to go deeper into understanding the legacy and history of Africana studies. And for me to be that ambassador, for me to be the individual who is here at this university to say we have a platform, a place, and a safe space for that to happen, I think we're right on track, and I will continue to lead that cause.
And can we look at the camera, whoever's taking it, Mother, would you take it, please? Get my good side.
I think, Ian, we have a photographer here on site too, so we have some professional photos.
And my commitment is to,
Your
first of
commitment.
all, thank you for this invitation, but I run the Global Black Women's Chamber of Commerce and the Black Women in Ministry Thrive Initiative, and my commitment is to be behind you, with you, side by side with you, whenever you need me. It is my honor to be here and a privilege. We're gonna build intergenerational wealth, intergenerational health, and we're gonna do this thing. So thank you for having us. Can you give them all a great hand today? And we thank you so much.
So-
Use your lunch hour and please share with them and share with us.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to stand as a panel and take a photo, but we will shift to lunch. We're a little behind. Thank you for your patience. Lunch will be for everyone on the 6th floor. We're asking you to join us for our lunch, and then we'll have our breakout sessions. This completes the first portion of our program today.
times. I kept regrets of sin.
we're going to do is we're going to, for the most part, just talk about key strategies and key things that maybe we can put in place that's going to help us with funding, because that becomes an issue, right? So if you look at what's been put in place, and what we know that's coming is that Project 2025, and I'm just throwing it out there. I think one of the push for that is to diminish our history and also defund possibilities for us to understand what our history is. And the question becomes, what have you seen in your area of expertise that's been a roadblock, that you see being a roadblock? And maybe what can we maybe put our minds together and come up with a policy to overcome that? So as a legislator, I have the opportunity to put in bills. My first term, I literally led the group by getting 34 bills signed into law. Yeah, 34. No other legislator did that. And this year we're rocking. We're gonna rock it again. And most of those bills have been focused and geared on meeting the needs of people. And we want to continue in that vein. So if we can put something in place, that's what we want to do. So this year, we've been very successful at securing funding for Keene University. We secured a little, I believe it was 22 million or something along those lines. Thank you. I think we did about 300,000 or something like that for other initiatives that's going on. But I put in a resolution for $300,000 for African American studies. And that's the one that didn't make it over the finish line. And the reason why I wanted to call this coalition together is because we're stronger together than we are for one thing. So if the whole state is saying, this is important, this is what we need, it's not just one person that's waving the flag that's saying, we need to fund this, we need to do X, Y, and Z, and so on and so forth. So this is an opportunity for all of us to come together. I'm not going to say fight, because you got to be careful with those words in the political, arena. We want to come together. We want to rally. We want to encourage other state elected officials to support budget resolutions that's going to help us further our cause. So the question becomes, what are you seeing at your level? What are you seeing that can become or has been a barrier that we can overcome by policy? I'm a true believer now that, and I've learned over the years that if you're going to put a law in place, you have something which is called cosmetic laws. We're going to designate May as whatever month. That sounds nice. But what's better is when you have a law, or if you have something that's in the budget and it has money to back it up. So whatever we do and whatever we think about, we got to think in terms of how do we make it, how is it going to be replicated every year so it becomes a part of a budget. So when the budget's approved, that's automatically approved. And that's how we would like to position African American studies in this state. So no matter what project they come up with and what number is behind it, you won't be able to shut it down because it's a part of. So a question to the group. Yes. Yes. African American Studies.
Okay. Were some of the questions you got coming from some, I would say, are fiscally conservative legislators about sustainability of the funding, or was it going to a specific target audience instead of all New Jerseyans? What were some of the, I guess, pushback you received?
Right.
I think that would help inform what policy direction.
So you're really never given that, given those answers to those questions. It's always about being fiscally responsible. It's always about, it's just not in the budget, you know. It comes down to that. You know, we talk about Project 2025, but what people don't realize, it's not necessarily a Republican, it's not a Republican agenda. And I get pushback on that. And I'm like, nah, you got Democrats that's pushing it too. So, and it's going on now. So how do we make sure that projects like that don't affect us and don't stifle our progress in what we're trying to do in this particular arena? And I think the only way that we do that is to put bills in place, get people to support it, pass those laws, and then make it a part of our annual budget. And if we do that, there's no way they can stop us. Yes? Please. Yes. Just 1 second. Can anyone take notes from me? Only because my hands. You could take notes from me. And only reason why I want to take notes is because I want to take this back. My chief of staff had to leave, so she's not here to take notes. But I want to make sure that I take notes, take them back to my office, and actually put some a bill or something behind what we're doing today. All right. The floor is yours. No. Yeah, we're good.
So I'm concerned about my role personally because I have a doctoral degree in education, right curriculum for the charter school. This is my second charter program because the first one is saying the same thing that this was saying. They're like, well, we don't have it in the budget for a doctor in health and wellness, but what we can do is stipend you out if you do X, Y, and Z, or they'll say we don't have it in the budget for like I took my budgetary funds to pay for CPR certs for kids. And they were like, well, that's something that you won't have posters. If you won't, I don't care about the posters. So like my question is, how can we incentivize, where did I write it? I wrote, can we incentivize advanced degrees for charter schools? Because technically we do yield better results and better outcomes for students, but I had my coach tell me yesterday, doctor, with all due respect, we don't care about how many degrees you have in charter, all you need is a bachelor. And then it's people like me who want out, for example, because of those bottom lines. And it's like, these kids already are underserved, and they deserve people who are from their backgrounds teaching them with multiple advanced degrees. But if it's like, they're not giving us anything to want to stick around for. And then any type of push that I give, it's almost like, well, you know, that's not sustainable. It would be if people were able to afford those opportunities. So is there any way we can incentivize advanced degrees for charter school educators? And, you know, that was my original question. I got more,
I think that's excellent. That's a good place to start. Anybody have any ideas? Because as you're talking, I'm one of those guys that I'm always thinking. Yeah, I'm a solutionist. So, yep. Yeah. I think one of the challenges we have in the whole state is that we are currently fighting a shortage when it comes to educators throughout our state. And the ones who are educators, don't necessarily cater to, cater towards the charter. So there's a couple things that we can do. Last year, I put forth a bill to pull down that barrier that says that funding should go to any educational institution that can prove performance. So I think that that's, I think that that legislation is very important, that we continue to fight that fight. But with yours, there's no reason why that there's two things that we can do. There's no reason why, because you're talking about professional development. And inside of public schools, I was a school board president for 4 years? 4 years, yeah. And I basically told them, look, if there's any teachers that want professional development, I don't care what it is, just approve it. But in a charter school, it's a little different. So there's no way, there's no reason why we can't legislate that. There's no reason why we can't legislate that and say, we would need to work it out a little bit and put some parameters behind it, but there's no reason why the state can't regulate and say that. See, so I'm taking my time with this because because you got to navigate charter, and then you got to navigate public school, right? Because the funding is totally different. So the question becomes, how do we regulate one and not the other? And my answer to that is, there shouldn't be a difference. Let's just create a bill that addresses it across the board. So that's something that I'm willing to look at. If you can make sure I have your name and information, as we're brainstorming it, we'll bring you into at the table, and we can talk it through and come up with something. Yes, she's, and then, yes. Yeah, we can. The reason why I want to sit down is because there's two ways that we can go about it. One, we could do an amendment to that bill and include charter, which at that point, all we would have to do is just pass it through committee and then pass it over on the other side, the amendment, and we're good to go. Or do we literally try to eat the elephant at one time and pull the darn barrier down between charter and public? So it may be a two-stage thing. It may be short-term, we do the amendment, and then long-term, we work with organizations that don't mind pulling down that barrier. Because honestly, if you think about it, charter schools do have great performance. Really, it does. But it really shouldn't matter whether it's charter, Catholic, Jewish, public. It really doesn't matter as long as my child is getting the best education. We've done it at a percentage for public because what we've said in the state of New Jersey is if your child is going to a failing district, they can go to a choice school, and the public school will pay the tuition. Why can't charters, why can't and all those other entities be a part of the choice program? Yeah, yeah. So, and the reason why I know is because my son, my daughter, they, we're in Roselle. At the time, it was a failing district, and honestly, we just wanted more diversity for our daughter. So she went to Springfield. I think it was Springfield or something like that. And she's doing very well. She's a scientist. She's working at one of the top 5 hospitals in the country, which is Albert Einstein in New York. And now she's a PhD student. They're giving her a salary. They're giving her a place to live. They're giving her benefits. And I don't got nothing to say. And then my son, who graduated from public school, he just graduated from law school. So, but I think parents want a choice to put their children in the best opportunity, right? That's what I want. Thank you for the option. I want an opportunity for my child. So I think that that's something that we can look at as well. Maybe, why not allow choice schools to be a part of the choice program, right? That's another way of pulling down that barrier. Just a thought, right? You had a question? I like when you percolate. It's good. It's good.
Thank you. So the resolution that you introduced for 300,000 to fund African American studies, was it for one school or?
It was for one school,
Okay.
because that's the only school that I knew about, honestly.
Okay. So was it a public, private, or a community college?
It was this college.
Okay. It was here.
Yes.
So were you able to connect with the executive director of New Jersey Association of State Colleges and Universities?
Yes.
Okay. My next question is, what relationship can you have with the Office of Secretary of Higher Education?
I'm the vice chair.
Of the Higher Education Committee, that I know.
Right.
So.
He can't get it done.
Right.
Nobody else can get it done.
I'm just trying to think of the different, I guess, roadblocks that are being put, because in full transparency, I'm actually an Amistad commissioner, and I'm also elected official. So I'm just trying to think, what are some ways we can go about the roadblocks, especially for those who are not in support of African American studies, show what the return on investment is and also the outcomes. So that way they will sign on to it. And it's not just a black person saying it's a black thing that we need to push forward. The reason why I say that is after a 2+ deferral for Juneteenth. So starting next year, we will now be closed on the state observance of Juneteenth, and I'm leading the path for, like, I'm actually organizing the Juneteenth celebration. So that took time. I had to do some backroom politicking, and I almost came close to putting people on blast. So I'm trying to figure out what are some of those other roadblocks that I can assist you with, because you can say that it's in support of implementing the Amistad Commission, the curriculum. It needs to be in all K through 12 public schools, and even in areas where there's not many of us, and it's very more conservatively, like Sussex or Warren County, there still is a benefit, because if you're teaching us our history, you're teaching all of our history.
Right.
And so that's why I'm trying to think, I'm still percolating, but I'm trying to think, what are some other places, who are some other people or agencies you can connect with to help get this in the appropriations, that way it's a sustainable funding, and then this could be the model for other institutions across the state.
I love it. I love it. What municipality?
I'm in Eatontown, so exit 105 off the Parkway.
And what is that?
So I'm
No, just tell me the municipality again.
Eatontown.
Eatontown? Oh, Eatontown.
Yes, we are home to the only documented lynching in the state of New Jersey.
No. My district. Really?
I'm in LD 11.
Okay. So my district, they just moved out Hillside and put Kenilworth in.
Really? Hillside is now Kenilworth?
No, they took Hillside out of my district and they put Kenilworth. Now, I'm not for sure if yours be Kenilworth, but congratulations to you. My municipality, when I was mayor, I was the first municipality to adopt Juneteenth and make it a holiday where everybody got off, no matter what. Yeah, that was a little heavy lift, but we made it happen. I think with this, I think it's a thing of, how do you eat an elephant? Bingo. So I think what we're doing today, bringing together a coalition of not just one entity, but many entities, and when the time comes, everyone push for the bills that are going to be put in. And what that means is that we get the visibility that we need, and ultimately, we will get the support that we need.
One idea that I just thought of is when the resolution is introduced again, and there's public testimony, get the Keene students, get some Amistad commissioners, get other stakeholders to come testify in support of this resolution, so that way not only is it approved, but you have an appropriation in the state budget.
Right.
So that way you can give the funding for the institute. Because my challenge, and this is just from my brief period of time being on the Amistad Commission, is not as many districts know about this curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not being implemented on a consistent basis. So if this could be a model of what you can duplicate at other institutions, private or public, it will happen. But I think the first step is really galvanizing the support to support your resolution. So I would say get the Keene students, get the people that work in the Center for Africana Studies, get even educators that teach African American history to support this resolution. That way, if there's enough, I say this as an elected official myself, if there's enough public perception that this is what needs to be done, it will probably get done.
Bingo. Bingo.
I think that would be a good way, because I think they're thinking it's going to be a one-time thing,
Bingo. Excellent. Yes, sir.
I would say this should already be a model. Anyway, I'm Carl Johnson, professor at Randall College. I've been around a long time, over 20-something years. And these issues keep on coming up with the whole stuff. I was around when it first, the issue, there is a model already. We're learning history about something that did not even happen in America. They always got funded. You know what I'm talking about. So I know that we always like to do all this extra work and stuff like that. Is there a way to say that that's discrimination? We're learning non-American history?
Yeah.
And everyone has to learn it? Because I teach everywhere. We learn you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's straight discrimination. So you don't even have to go to all these loops and stuff like that. And I know some districts, okay, that might be 90% Asian or African American, and they have to learn it, and they can't get of a foreign history. So that's something that happened in Europe. So the reality is that we have to think of different strategies instead of burning everyone out. I appreciate your efforts, but I've seen this with people burn out. I've been around long enough. People having strokes. You see all the people at Temple, because I care about y'all. We gotta think of another way. There is a model already where they are funded. We're American. It's American history. And it's not even a foreign history. So, but I'm just saying, just be careful that, you put that in, then it peters out. Right? So that's the issue. That's why we're having it. So, we're recycling again whenever there's already a model. So either it's discrimination, we're going to learn that this foreign information, everybody has to learn it, no matter where. At a Native American reservation, they have to learn it. Or there's something wrong. It's a different strategy. I think in the near term, there's going to be opportunities to make that argument. I think that the American people are starting to percolate to make the argument. That's all I have to say. So.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I think the challenge is that they got to see us as human beings first, and then also see us as Americans. Because that, like, for the example I gave about the Juneteenth resolution, that was a 2.5-year fight. And I was ready to go to the press because I was like, we can move a council meeting for Valentine's Day, but we cannot celebrate a federal and a state holiday. Right, so, but I think, and I don't know, I don't have a specific method or way of going about it, but once they saw me, like once they see me as my community as human and as American, I was able to finally make some inroads because I don't think they consider us as equal Americans. And that goes back to the 3/5 compromise and everything else that we are learning about. And that's why I was like, sometimes it might have to come around backhanded, but you eventually get what you get done. And as someone who's impatient, I had to learn the hard way to take one bite at a time, one bite at a time, one bite at a time, and you will get it done. It's how do we not only strategize, but also collaborate and partner with the right people so that they're advocating for us when we're not in the room. That was why I was asking questions about OSHI and the JASCU and I'm just thinking like other organizations that could possibly be an advocate for you.
For us, yes. I think the strategy is good. The only challenge is that a lot of times you have to find people with that energy. And the challenge, I think, becomes is that if it's not glitzy, you can't get people to you can't get them to come out. You can't get them to voice their opinion. You can't get them just to come. And I think that's the challenge that I've seen. And my thought was to synergistic relationships with all the colleges who have the people. And let that be the force that pushes everything forward.
Also, it's not a percentage thing, because that group don't make up only 2% of the population in America. So whenever they bring up this percentage thing, and we're Americans, so that's glaring. That's always the elephant in the room. I'm just telling you. It's always,
Yeah.
It's always the elephant. I'm just saying, I think there should be opportunities, coming up politically to put an argument for discrimination. I think other people would be more open to, just look out for that, instead of always,
Oh, I'm
if we
looking.
got to do it the long way, hard way, we got to continue to do it. But I'm just saying that, just look out for that. There's opportunity. Okay. I think it's coming. I really do. Okay.
Agreed.
All right.
I didn't necessarily have a question, but I did have a comment. So I agree with both of your analysis. I think that, one, it can be likened to a tentative structural institutional racism that we're still having the same fight, right? As we move through history, we understand the importance of this. Racial indoctrination is real. Black children in schools are not always equally treated, right, when you look at studies. And so this is not a fight that we should have to break our backs for, right? This is something that is quite evident that it's necessary, that Black folks of all ages and other groups of people need to learn this history so that we can quash or just get rid of that racial indoctrination that we often have to face every single day, right, whether we acknowledge it or not. So how is it, so when she stated that you can engage your constituents, local communities, and then the idea of you engaging with other universities who have folks, I think that's very much important when you have a local community understanding that this is something that's beneficiary to you, that this can solve a vast majority of your issues in terms of your children being aware of their history and being fortified with that to move forward, right, and be good agents of their history and move forward and being informed. How do you do that? If there is a day-to-day life that people are living, they're not necessarily focused on these things that do not have an immediate benefit to them. So how do you galvanize our local communities? And how do you galvanize folks who are lawmakers to, I'm not understanding, it's very frustrating to me as I'm sitting here. Like, why is this even still an issue? Why is this an issue? Why is it that folks who are entrusting their children to our institutions not able to learn your history, but you can tell me everything that happened in the 18th century in Europe? I'm not understanding this. And so if we are Americans and we're fundamentally American and have contributed to what the foundation of America is, why is it that we are not taught our history, at least if it's just American history? How do we galvanize our local communities?
Can you come with me to my hearings that I have in
Yeah,
June?
right? You got to put on your staff.
I'm telling you, you looking for a job? No, I'm, very, very articulate. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I think, this falls in line with one of the bills that I wrote. If you look at our communities, urban versus suburban, let's call it that way, right? Children that graduate high school from a suburban district going into a college, they go straight in, no problems, no issues. But if you come from an urban district, you got to take remedial classes. Which means it costs us more, and it takes us longer. And that's unfair. So I put in a bill that's going to put aside a couple $1 million to help families that have to take remedial classes so they don't have to pay for it.
That is great. It's also underpinning black people's inferiority, right? I was having a conversation.
Hey, can I ask you a question? What town are you from?
She ready to take the mic.
What town are you from?
I'm born and raised in Patterson, but I'm a Maplewood resident.
Maplewood, huh? Okay.
No, but my family did. Yeah.
All right. This is good. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I was having a conversation with someone about how there are a vast majority of foreign-born students studying in the U.S. And in an opposing country, you don't really see a lot of American students studying in that country. And it is because they are taught specific things in its entirety so they can come here and not necessarily be challenged by our curriculum because it is so poor, right? And they can serve in many different ways as high-skilled laborers or come here and sit back and overachieve in many different ways because the curriculum is not challenging, and then turn around and go to Ivy League schools and be the highest constituent of folks who are accepted, right? And it is because our schools do not prepare our children very well. They do not, for the most part, and that's where you have that barrier where black children and brown children have to take remedial tests because, and it's not the fact of their intelligence. If they were given equal opportunity and taught to term with their learning, they will be high excelling at every given rate. But the fact that you have to do this, I have to go through that, right? So I'm not speaking for someone who's just observing. I'm speaking to someone who had to go through the experience, right? And so how do we make sure that our children are being fortified in the schools? They're uniquely brilliant. They're uniquely brilliant, and they possess many different skill sets and understanding that will propel them forward if they're prepared academically. So how do we fix that? In terms of, they have tutoring, I know they have after-school programs, but how do you really engage them to make sure they're prepared when they get to that next level so they can excel, so they can get here in 4 years and get out probably in 3, because they can do it if they're focused.
Mm-hmm. So the question becomes, how? You want to build?
What? My notes. I'm going to stick to my notes. My question after I'm listening to you so beautifully. I'm aware that there's only one high school in Newark that offers advanced placement to freshmen. It's Washington Park High School. It's a charter school. And I learned that if we were offering advanced placement, say, for example, my notes as you were speaking is there a way for Kane University's African American Studies to collaborate with the other schools in Newark, for example, to create opportunities that we can use your gifts to fill in the gaps and give our students opportunity in advanced placement classes? When I taught in Newark at Uncommon, they had USA Push, U.S. History that was advanced placement. They were offering it to freshmen, and not one of the freshmen looked like anybody in the text. So how could we go back and you still recapitulate that UA push, but then, like, I guess you could say, like, marry the two so that they can have a little bit of, go ahead.
Oh, no, I didn't want to. I just want. Can I jump in?
Yes, sir.
You probably don't want me to get at.
I was going to volunteer.
Because you said, because you say Kane University. It's a unit that I started out in before I was moved on to another unit. It's called the Kane Scholar Academy. It may not be advanced placement that we're offering, but we're bringing freshmen from Newark, American History High, on campus. They're sitting in classes starting 9th grade. Before their first day of high school, most of the time they have started their first college class. Okay, so it may not be AP coursework. However, we have them on campus literally taking the class in college. So I have to do that shameless plug there.
So let me, yes.
And just to, so I'm still percolating. I really, the way I'm kind of approaching it is this is structural.
Yeah.
This system was not set up for us to be successful.
Right.
And I also used my experience working in EOF for 4 years. And I just did the cost of poverty experience. I did it for high school, what they have available for K-12 and faith communities and healthcare and even reentry organizations. What is the impact? Because I remember the role So I'm thinking about what are the other structural systemic issues that are placing an impact where I can't get educated. And so when they talk about us not doing well or we're not smart enough and everything, we've got all these other burdens that we're carrying into the classroom. But then we're not equipping our teachers to be successful because they have to be counselors, they have to be chefs, they have to be therapists, they have to do all these different things. And then when they come to college, if they choose to go to college, they're taking remedial courses which are not covered by financial aid. Thankfully, EUF takes care of that, but not everybody qualifies for EUF or even knows what it is.
Correct.
So what are those systemic structural practices that we can put into place that can actually benefit it's not just us, it's the poor whites, it's for everybody. But especially for our community, because we're the ones that are mostly under the poverty line. How can we have our basic needs met so when it comes to our education, we can flourish, we can thrive. And I'm thinking that might help you, or with all of us, with what we're trying to accomplish with this center. It's not that we don't know and we can't learn. Yes, we can, but there's a lot of systemic barriers we have to overcome to be our best selves and be our authentic selves. What are some of those other things we can partner with? So that way when we're pushing for this, they're like, yes, so we can support by this, but then we need to address this.
I just wanted to ask about
Let me just say this right before we go to you. You see me looking at my phone because on September 19th, we voted out of committee A929, which was one of the bills that we sponsored that require public institutions of higher education to provide academic credit for certain AP classes.
Yes, but then my question would be, how many of us are taking those AP classes?
That's the point, is they not taking,
or they're not
they
offering
don't,
on
or
a
they're not
wider
offering.
scale.
They
Right.
don't have the qualified teachers to roll it out.
But I just wanted to just throw that in there because now that gives high schools opportunities to provide those types of classes. And as a result, when they go into a college that's in the state of New Jersey, they're going to be required to give them credits for that.
So have you worked with ETS and all the other credentialing where if you pass this, you get this grade on the AP exam or not, you're eligible? I asked that because I graduated with AP credits and not all of them were taken.
They're going to have to be taken if we pass that bill.
Good, perfect.
So it's been voted out of my committee. It's been voted, and now it's been voted out of the Senate, and it goes to the governor's desk to sign.
Perfect.
So students get a 4 or 5.
right there.
Right.
Okay.
So, and to give a little primer, so it has to go through committee, so first it's introduced, then it goes to the committee, then it has the second and third reading, it does the same thing in the second house. Once it passes the second house, then it goes to the governor's office.
That's correct.
And then the governor, because he's one of the, I say he, because we only have one female governor in Jersey, is the most powerful governor in the country. And there's different kinds of vetoes, but so for certain bills, if it's on his desk for like longer than 30, 45 days, automatically becomes law. So keep that in mind.
All right. She and then you. Yes. I'm so sorry.
I started taking notes.
Okay. I apologize.
So there were two things I was thinking about when she was speaking, and thank you for your comment because I would like something to select. So we understand that community colleges are really the force that's pushing, propelling students forward for the most part into four-year colleges. How is it that you're able to make it, I don't know if it's a statewide thing, so that could be my ignorance, but how, from certain places, I don't think it's always available to students in the inner city to do a dual credit option where you attend college, community college, while you're in high school and get those credits and then move on to a four-year university. Is that a statewide thing that is currently going on? Is it offered in every school district? second thing is that when she was speaking of all of the barriers in which we face, I was talking to someone literally, I think it was Monday or last week or something of that sort, about how students, Black students and brown students are at a, they're often unlikely undiagnosed, right, with mental health issues that they have. And they don't have the language to understand, what is it that I'm experiencing? Why do I have anxiety-related avoidance? Why am I not able to do my work? Why don't I want to go into the classroom when I'm doing this? They don't have the language to pinpoint these things, but it's affecting their manner of learning, and it's discouraging them, right? And it can lead them into other avenues of their life. So how are we able to make sure that if Black and brown students are experiencing these things, they're given grace and their needs are being met to accommodate them in a particular fashion, right? Because they can't be covered under the ADA if they're not, no one knows what they're going through, if they're undiagnosed, but it's uniquely affecting them. So, yeah, and sometimes you don't even qualify to be assessed under the, I forgot the 14th, but for the anxiety of the, yeah.
They would consider it a 504 if it impacts your ability to take tests, but you won't hire.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So how do you uniquely address those things? Because that's a huge concern of students. That I had a conversation with a student here last week about that, where she's telling me about her anxiety, and she's telling me specific things, but she doesn't know what she's exactly going through. And so that could be someone who doesn't come back to school because they have all of these other issues that are going on outside of their home, right? But then when they get to school, they're experiencing this heightened level of anxiety that's affecting them and how they navigate their life and their education. And they could be someone who can drop out the next semester. You get what I'm saying? So how are you able to implement that into policy that these particular needs are being met, even though we have the services on campus to test folks for these things? But do they know they're available? And is there something specifically that's getting to Black and brown students who do not take those avenues to get assessed, and who do not, they're not trusting of those specific areas?
Right. So I think your first answer to the first part of your question is, and I'll do something that most legislators don't do. I don't know. I'll find out. The second part of that is we can write a bill that mandates that colleges push that information out. And
Or when students come to school?
when they enroll, well, it would be up to the institution, but it would be very easy when they enroll or every year that they get some type of packet or something, an email or something, letting them know that, hey, this needs to be put in place. We can do that. That's easy. Is it being done today? I don't think so. But I think this is a golden opportunity for us right here to impact policy that way. So that's something that we can put in place. So I'll make sure on tomorrow when I get back to the office that I'll draw that one up. Yeah.
I have two that are in my mind. One of them is one of the barriers that I think that I experience a lot, because I think DEI is the shift from when we're talking about Black issues, making it beyond, like, not to say that we're a monolith, but like I feel like whenever we say Black issues, we have to say, oh, and Hispanic and gay and Asian, and like it's a running, and now it's multicultural, and so then it becomes very far away to make it more palatable publicly, and I think that I really appreciate when legislators boldly stand and say, I'm talking about Black issues right now. Like, that is my point, and I think that conviction is really important. So I appreciate that you do that, and I appreciate the other legislators that do that. And then the second thing was that with the changes in affirmative action and what data we're allowed to collect as an institution and or make decisions on, I think that it's going to become difficult to advocate for some of the things without the data that supports some of these initiatives. And so what, from a legislative perspective, can be written and required that we can collect data, because sometimes I think that's where it gets very...
We do it all the time. All you got to do is tell your legislator that if we collect these data points, this would be the outcome. And any legislator in their right mind would draw up a bill. That's an easy one. We do it literally, we do it all the time. We do it with the Division of Motor Vehicle. When we change the application and additional information that you have to supply, we do it with hospitals. So there's no reason why we can't do it. And we do it with colleges. We just did it.
Oh, wait, sorry, that was my other difficulty, was the gaps in those data points with like providing that information, how it might be in like the planning process and like the testimony process, like how beneficial is that to you, and like what should we be providing to you?
Oh, man. So there's a couple campaigns. To make something successful, there's a couple campaigns that need to happen. You outlined the process that we have to go through in order for something to become a bill. And when it's in committee, 9 times out of 10, when it's being heard, we ask for testimonials. And that's an opportunity for us to gather about 100 people. Man, if you see 100 people coming in, I'm a chairman of one of the most powerful committees in the state, which is federal oversight of federal and state as well as local government, period. So anything that comes down, cannabis, ABC, liquor, whatever, it got to come through my committee. And if I see 100 people coming into my hearing, we need to listen. Something's up. So if we get about people to come to hearings and testify, if we get not only that, that's one campaign. Second campaign is before you even go to the testimonial, that as soon as the bill is drawn up, you go on a writing campaign. You have 100 people send 100 emails to each legislator that this is important. This is important. I represent 5,000 people. This is important. Another person, I represent 2,000 people. This is important. Then it becomes important. So you have the email campaign going on, and you also have the voicemail campaign going on, where you have 100 people one night, your neighbors, your friends, your cousins, your babies, all call the office and say, we have a problem. We need for you to take care of X, Y, and Z. And everybody say the same X, Y, and Z. So literally, you get the word out. You get the word out, and it becomes very, very important. So a written campaign, a call campaign, and then a testimony campaign.
I have a question.
Yes.
Just to follow up on that, when you just do the writing and the telephone campaigns, are you just starting with your state legislators, or are you looking at the ones on that specific committee where that bill is actually being housed or being reviewed at?
Both.
Okay. Ma'am, what district are you, like, where do you live?
I live in Union. I work here.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. You're in my district.
So you're in LD 20. So the Senate happens to be the chair of the Higher Education Committee, Joe Cryan. And then his colleague in the Assembly is Annette Kihani, right? So let's say.
And who's next to Kiana?
You?
Oh, thank you.
I didn't want to tell him the answer.
I'd have put that bitch right there. You put my
He put the pitch in. I'm putting mine in too. I'm sorry. We ready? We good?
Yeah, close out. You're fine.
Example, so if you were advocating for a certain policy, right, then you would not only let Assemblyman Akins know because he's your legislator, but also his Assemblywoman Kikano and Senator Cryan, but find out where this bill might be housed in, which committee, and you can hit up all those different people on that committee. And you can go to the New Jersey Legislator's website, and you can find out who's a member on that committee, who's the Democrats and who are the Republicans, or whatever their political affiliation is. And that's how you know who to contact. Because I went through this for something very separate, a separate issue. Some of the young people I had to give a little sip. I was like, the governor enacts the law. The legislators are the ones that actually create the policy and pass it. You skip one step.
Yeah.
So that's why I was asking.
Yeah. So, but once it passes the houses, then you start doing the same thing with the governor's office. So what happens in caucus is that we'll get together, we'll be eating sandwiches, and we'll talk, and we'll say, hey, did you hear about this X, Y, and Z? Yeah, I'm getting 100 phone calls on that. And it becomes a buzz. So I wouldn't just do your legislators and the people who are part of that committee. I would blanket everybody that I can. I mean, literally, you go into the website and you're clicking and saying, you know, email your legislator, email, just, you click on the link and it automatically puts you in the box that whatever you type is going to go to their office. So it's really simple and easy, honestly.
Well, yes, no, I agree. I'm Benji's legislative director.
Oh, snap!
So I am familiar with that process. I was curious from like just your perspective, because sometimes people have like a thing that's most effective for them, their office. And so
I know you look familiar.
I was curious to know like which strategy is the most effective, but I think it is just generally.
Her legislator is one of the most powerful legislators in the whole state. Yeah, that's his. You know. Yeah, he's one of the best. He's my friend.
We need you to bring. We're gonna go up now and bring some closing. If you can close out, so we can bring. We're gonna get done by 3. If you close this out, we're gonna bring some remarks up here.
Okay, great. All right. Well, this has been powerful, and it's been great because what's coming out of this is opportunities for us to actually make a difference and put bills in place based on your feedback. Not mine. I'm sorry, guys. They're the ones that's been real vocal, you know. Just I should be over here talking, right? So, but I think that this session has been great. Thank you very much for taking notes. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jeff. DJ.
Thank you so much for that. And, you know, I'm going to have you come up here, Assemblyman, to bring final remarks before I bring final remarks and close. Have you guys learned a lot from this session today? So I'm going to have the Assemblyman come at this time to give us closing remarks for the day so we can end at a 3 o'clock stop, which is what our aim is. And so I want to commend him again for his leadership. He serves as the vice chairman representing New Jersey's 20th Legislative District, and he counted it not robbery to be with us today as what I would say our ambassador and leader with this initiative. I give you the microphone at this time for your closing remarks.
Thank you very much for everybody coming. I know a lot of people have already left, but today was all about meeting the needs of Black and brown people. It was all about coming together to find out what we can to advance our studies, understanding our history, and making sure that the next generation have access to something that they're trying to diminish. Thanks to you coming together, we have fundamental steps that we can move forward to create policies and bills that's going to help us get to where we want to be. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity. And let's thank our host, who's been just great. He put it all together. He made it happen. He had an excellent panel, and you did it with a spirit of excellence. And because of that, we will always support you, your program, and what you're doing. We're behind you. We're fighting with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words. And wow, what a day it has been. And there's been a lot of work that has come to this moment. So I want to take a moment to thank our president, President Lamont Repollet, for his vision and thank him for his leadership. He's a preeminent thought leader, and this work could not be done without him. I want to thank Dr. Sancha Gray for her leadership. I also want to thank my team, Alicia Akins and Winmy Severino, and all of those out of our center who've done an amazing job. And as we come to the conclusion, oh wait, Laura, I want to thank my O right there, Miss O, that's my girl. She does, everything you see here with our visuals has been because of her. I know I wasn't missing nobody, she right here too. As we come to the conclusion of this groundbreaking summit, I want to express to each and every one of you my heartfelt gratitude for being a part of this critical conversation, for your unwavering commitment to the work of Africana studies. Your presence here today represents the collective dedication to advancing knowledge, promoting equity, and ensuring that the stories and struggles and triumphs of African and African diasporic peoples are brought to the forefront of our academic and societal discourse. I want to extend a special thank you to our keynote speaker on today, Dr. Forrest Pritchett. Let's put our hands together for him, Seton Hall University. I also want to thank our panelists and Susan Johnson Cook and her leadership as a moderator, and all of those who are on our panel on today for their contributions to this deep dialogue. Their insight, their expertise on the panel brought us to a new understanding. But it is you who have been a part of our day. Your thought-provoking discussions, I pray, have illuminated new pathways for collaboration and education, but most importantly, a clarion call for action. You all in our breakout rooms, around our lunch table, and even in our sessions have challenged us to think deeply about the responsibility that we carry as educators, scholars, and advocates in shaping the future of Africana studies, and for that we are immensely grateful. I'm also grateful that no one caught any type of itis after our lunch with the whiting and the rice and peas and the cat. I'm glad you're still awake. And as we close, the vision of the New Jersey Coalition of Africana Studies is very clear. We've tried to make it lucid on today. Our aim is to create a network of scholars and institutions that are dedicated to advancing African and African diasporic scholarship. We want to do that by also fostering real-world change through education. So today's conversations have been just the beginning of what I know will be an ongoing partnership and dialogue. Our work is far from over. So as we move forward today, let us continue to build on the momentum that we've generated. The conversations we've had must extend beyond these hallowed walls at our university. They must extend themselves into our classrooms, our communities, and most important, our institutions. I pray that we can continue to challenge the systems that marginalize our history as a people, that can elevate the voices that have been silenced for far too long, and empower the next generation to carry this vital work forward. Finally, I want to thank Kane University, our center, and all the work, my team, my wonderful IT team. We couldn't have done it without you guys and everything that you do for us. We appreciate you guys so much. The tireless efforts of everyone from our security and everyone who played a part, thank you for your work. Now let us leave here today with a renewed sense of purpose, inspired by the knowledge that has been shared and the connections that have been made as we are ready to continue the important work of Africana Studies in New Jersey and beyond. I thank you for your time, your passion, your commitment. I am certain that together we will continue to honor the rich legacies and ongoing contributions of African and African diasporic peoples to our world. I pray safe travels for you as you depart from this place, but never from the presence of doing the work that we are called to do. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for being with us. This concludes our program.